We're going to call the meeting to order. This is one of those rare times that I get to serve as both superintendent and chair. So let's just kind of soak it all in for a moment, shall we? Welcome to the November 14th school board meeting where we conduct the board reorganization. First, I'd like to call upon Pastor Abraham Colon from the Living Water Fellowship in Point Siena to deliver our invocation. Please stand if you are able.
I'll slide aside so I can see everything. If we could bow our heads. Heavenly Father, we come before your gracious presence, O Lord. We ask that you give us wisdom, that you give us the wherewithal, Lord Jesus, to hear, Lord Jesus, everything that's going to be spoken here today, that you give us time to process, that you give us patience, but above all, Lord, that you give us mutual understanding as we prepare to deliver what's going to be the future of our children, Lord. So give us wisdom to be able, Lord Jesus, to set an agenda that's both pleasing to you and beneficial to both the children and the parents. We ask this in your name, in the name of the Father, the Son, and in the Holy Spirit. All those say, amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to go ahead and introduce Ryan Adams, our coordinator for athletics, to deliver our Pledge of Allegiance. I will. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing as the chorus students from the Osceola County School for the Arts sing for us the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please be seated. I'd like to introduce Chris Todd, principal of Celebration High School, who will deliver our mission statement.
The mission statement of the School District of Osceola County is inspiring learners to reach their highest potential as responsible, productive citizens.
Okay. Our interpretation services.
Good evening. My name is Lucio Hegeman. I will be providing interpretation services in Spanish. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lucio Hegeman. Voy a proveer servicios de interpretación en español.
Okay. Florida statutes 1001.317 and 100.0413A provide that in November of each year, the district school board shall organize by electing a chair, may elect a vice chair, and the district school superintendent shall act ex officio as the secretary. At the organization meeting, the district school superintendent shall act as chair until the organization is completed. Additionally, Florida statute section 1010.07 requires school board members to be adequately bonded Each board member is currently bonded as required by statute and serves a term of 4 years. Before we begin, Mr. Kruppenbacher, I'm going to turn to you. We have folks that have indicated a desire to speak. Can you please speak to that particular issue?
Yes, members of the board, earlier today, Dr. Chanoff contacted me about his being asked, could members of the public speak at the board meeting? There is case law in Florida that specifically says that the election of a board chair is a ministerial act, and it's at a meeting where the public can speak during the allotted time for public input, which would be under item 19 on the agenda. It specifically says that there is no violation of the law regarding anything by the board, holding that it's not going to interrupt their ministerial act and have public comment at that time. This case was brought both in federal court and state court. The federal court dismissed the First Amendment claim. The state court dismissed, saying very specifically that the nomination is not a proposition, which would be a motion. Therefore, public comment is not required on this specific agenda item. The fact that a section of every school board meeting is devoted to public comment where they can talk. And then the school board argues that the nomination and electing of the chair, vice chair, mandated by section 1001 is ministerial and therefore wholly exempt from public comment requirements of section 286.0114. The court agrees with the school board on both points. So you have on your agenda a place for public comment. You are not required to have public comment during the reorg process.
Okay.
Mr. Superintendent, may I ask why we would not allow the people who want to speak on this issue to speak?
That is solely your policy issue. It has never been done prior to this meeting, but that's a policy issue for the board.
Mr. Superintendent, or Mr. Chair, because I looked up that same state statute, and I can interpret it a little bit differently as well. Under 286.0114, before the ministerial act, which is labeled as item B, it says the opportunity to be heard is subject to rules and policies adopted by the board or commission. So while I agree, it's not required, it can be allowed. So it doesn't prohibit you. In our school board rules, 2.22, item C specifically states in our specific policy, prior to the school board meeting, each speaker shall sign a form which is maintained by the superintendent and state whether they intend to speak on a specific topic on the agenda or a topic which is not on the agenda. So our own school board rules allow for people to speak to specific items on the agenda. So this is in the absence of those rules. Can we go to that? Now, does the statute compel you? No, but we're allowed to. It doesn't stop you from having public comment during an important meeting. And we always want, and let's look at our strategic plan as a school board, we always want parental engagement, people to get involved. They're here, they took the time to show up. They want to speak to this specific item that impacts them. We should hear them, because if we hear them after we vote, it's like, what's the purpose of it? Their whole idea is for people to come so they can feel like they can be able to influence our decisions up here. Now, if it's already predetermined and we want to do what we want to do and not listen to people, that's a different situation. But I'm not here to argue that. I'm just allowing you that state statute does not preclude you. It says it's not required, and then our school board rule specifically says it. So if we say we're not going to do it, we have to take a vote and say we're not going to follow school board rules because our school board rule allows it. And I, for one, I'm up for listening to what people have to say, especially they took the time to come here, their own busy schedule. They could be doing a million other things. They decided to come here. I think it's actually a matter of respect and professional courtesy that people come here and be able to speak what they need to speak within 3 minutes, as long as it's within decorum. As long as they're not screaming or acts of violence or anything like that. There's no harm into listening to people who want to come and speak.
How many people have submitted a form?
Hold on. Board attorney is recognized.
That is not correct. You would not be in violation of the rule, the school board rule, if you did not allow them to speak. The school board rule simply says they're given 3 minutes where to speak. The board has a policy, a practice of allotting that time under the section public comments. Now, there is no prohibition from you saying, well, we're gonna allow it now. But if you don't allow it, there's no claim that you violated an existing rule.
Okay, so the law aside, which we will not be violating a state statute if we do not allow people to speak. But again, I'll re-ask my two questions. Number one, how many people have submitted the form to speak? And number two, why would we not allow only 5 people to speak on this important item?
That's your policy.
Is there a
decision.
compelling reason that anyone would not allow a citizen to speak on this matter before this board?
I don't even know if it requires a motion, because I motioned to allow them to speak, which I think is a ridiculous
second
motion,
that
because it's already
motion.
there. Allow the 5 speakers to speak.
There's no motion required, we should just, I mean, because we're in this gray zone.
So, go ahead, Mr. Kruppenbacher.
Either the chair, under their authority, allows it, and if the chair does not deem to allow it, then the board would have to have a motion to allow it.
Okay,
Very well.
I'm gonna allow it. Let's go ahead and bring it forward.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent.
The first speaker is Jeremy Fetzer.
Excuse me, Tanya, will the time be on the computer?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
it'll come up at the bottom of your screen.
So, Mr. Kruppenbacher, you are designated as, even though she's monitoring she's setting the time, you are keeping the time.
I got you.
Ready?
Yep.
Jeremy Fetzer, 19 Broadway, Kissimmee, Florida, 34741. Good evening, Board. I am here to speak about Agenda Item 1.06, the reorganization of this board. Over the past few months, voters in Osceola County have received hundreds of thousands of dollars in mailers from a board member running for State House in a special election. In these mailers, a school board member has made bold statements about being a Christian conservative Republican who stood against the Democratic woke agenda and was fighting against the indoctrination and sexualization of our children. But tonight, the rubber meets the road on whether this person was being truthful or lying to the parents and voters of Osceola County. Will this board member vote for a Democrat school board member who stands against Governor DeSantis in the form of President Trump? As a nonpartisan voter, I'm really interested in seeing if this school board member and candidate for State House is truthful and true to their word, or willing to lie and cheat their way to win an election. It's time for our community to watch and evaluate the trustworthiness of this candidate, Erica Booth. We, the people, are watching. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure that the comments are related to our decision as a board. The candidacy of someone who is on this board is not an issue for any of us here.
That's correct. We are speaking to 1.07, which has everything to do with the selection of chair and vice chair. So speakers are asked to please go ahead and keep your comments specific to the agenda item number for which you have asked to speak. Next speaker is Chris Fontenot.
Good evening. My name is Chris Fontenot, and I am the Osceola County Citizens Defending Freedom Executive Director. We educate the general public on matters related to the protection of constitutional rights and liberties guaranteed to the people by the U.S. Constitution and expect transparency and accountability in local government and standing for the rule of law. I'm here to speak tonight to the reorganization of the school board. In 2022, this county elected a governor that took a firm stance on parental rights and educational policies. We expect this board to elect John Arguello to be the the chairman of the school board of Osceola County, as he is the school board member who most aligns with these policies and parental rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we like lobbying for people from the public? Is this something that we're allowed to do?
They are speaking on this issue.
They are speaking on the issue. Joanne Colonna.
Good evening, Joanne Colonna, 4701 Ashton Drive, West St. Cloud, Florida. You know, we could never have enough prayer, so that's what I am going to do tonight. I am praying, Heavenly Father, I dedicate this prayer and blessing to our leaders here tonight for those who might hear our concerns, for our time that we might gather in our thoughts and in peace, for the time that our children will be taught our beautiful history and not indoctrinated with evil, and that we all would see the glory of God blessing over our children. Lord, authority, power, and life come before you. I am asking you tonight to guide these leaders in an obvious choice and nominate a true conservative to this position. At a time when there is no respect in the world, we need John Aguero, a true American with love of his country and its children. He is a vision of hope. Ms. Booth, you have time now to act, and you can show that you are, as you say, a true conservative and a patriot.
Next speaker is Diane Knight.
Good evening, Diane Knight, 1990 Mustang Court. As we move forward in this process with the election of the new chair and vice chair, I hope that you will consider John Aguero. I know that he is a prime candidate, and you as a school board, have always promoted diversity. This is a time where diversity can really be seen and shown. So your support in this area is very, very important. So I hope that with the majority that you will promote John Aguero as the next chair.
Next speaker is Laura McAdams.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent Dr. Shanoff. My name is Laura McAdams. I live at 4654 Hickory Tree Lane, St. Cloud, Florida, 34772. I am here because of the reorganization of the board and, of course, to hold accountable the recently elected member who has promoted herself as the real conservative and true conservative over and over for these past few months. As many parents and constituents know, that the one and only member who stands for our state laws is John Arguello, and he continuously fights for everything that we believe in, the parental rights that are in place right now. So I hope that you take this into consideration and that you nominate John Arguello and do the right thing.
Thank you. Currently, the floor is now open for nominations for chairman of the school board of Osceola County.
Superintendent, I nominate myself for chairman of the board.
Is there a second?
For that nomination?
Yes. All right. No second, the nomination fails.
I nominate the member from District 4 as chair of the board.
Okay. Is there a second?
I think we need to put in the record the name of the member.
Oh, sorry.
Heather
Thank you.
Cahoon. Thank you.
Sorry. There's a motion on the floor for Heather Cahoon. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, second by Ms. Cahoon. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Have discussion.
Yes.
So, when we're gonna elect a chairman for this board, number one, it should be someone who has actually proven to follow the state guidelines for this position. We have been here for, you guys were elected in 2022. During this entire time frame, there may have been one or two occasions where you guys seem to have even read the agenda. I think it's completely, it's a shame that you would try for this position. It's purely a matter of trying to not even promote yourself, but to promote the people who got you your position to begin with. So I would strongly advise you to reconsider your own nomination, nominating yourself for this position or seconding your own motion, because the fact is, this school district needs to defend the families and the students, not the people who you serve.
Thank you. At this time, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, congratulations, Ms. Cahoon, our new board chair. So at this time, we will elect a vice chair. I'm open for nominations for vice chair.
I nominate Terry Castillo.
All right, there's a nomination on the floor for Terry Castillo. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. Nominations are closed. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, passes 3-2. Ms. Castillo is our vice chair. Congratulations. We will take a short recess and then, I'm sorry.
I had a calendar.
Oh, we got to do the calendar next. Sorry. Yes. So we are now, oh, you guys are,
Here.
oh,
No, I
I'm,
have my light on, I'm sorry.
oh, I'm so sorry. I don't have the lights in front of me. I apologize.
You're fine. I would like to make a comment, please. Since the public has spent their time, thank you for coming today. My most important job in life is being a mother. As a mom, I could not, in good conscience, ever support someone who was arrested for domestic violence and spent time in jail for not paying child support to be the chairman of this school board. Thank you.
Okay.
I have my light on.
Mr. Arguello, you're recognized.
Wow. So, fortunately for me, I did not have to spend $1 million of somebody else's money to deceive the entire public to get to where I am, number one. Number two, I have always been truthful, unlike you, in what I say about myself and what I tell the public. I don't have to lie to a single person, a citizen of Osceola County, about what I am or what I stand for. Every single person in this room, whether they agree with me or not, they know what I stand for. And I stand for the families in Osceola County against corruption which your family wages upon this county. So, number two, you are nothing but a fraud against every person who has a student, against every family who pays taxes, against every person who votes. You just saw a handful of mailers where you're telling people that you are something that you are not. And let me tell you something. I may have been arrested, but you deserve to be in jail for your behavior.
Okay, we're gonna stop there. We have a civility policy, folks, and so we're gonna move on through the schedule.
And I also didn't need to write down my speech
Mr.
to
Arguello,
say
you're
that.
out of order.
I wonder who wrote that for you.
Mr. Arguello, you're out of order. A tentative schedule of board meeting times and dates have been placed at your seat. The schedule adheres to the regular meeting of the first Tuesday, with a special meeting on the third Tuesday of the month, with a few exceptions. Workshops may be added as requested by the board. Expulsion dates are noted on the day immediately following the board meeting at 1 p.m. You also have an additional schedule that accounts for the second and fourth Tuesdays as well. District staff have taken the time to outline where their topics would be in board workshops. So we have two for your consideration. We are certainly open to options at this point.
I'm sorry, there's no light, but I want to thank you, Dr. Shanoff, because last year we had this discussion before, and it was with Dr. Pace as the superintendent. But the reason why I had made a suggestion of the second and fourth Tuesday of every month is because the city of Kissimmee meets on the first and the third. And so I didn't want the citizens to have a decision of which board meeting to go to. So they should have the opportunity to go to all the meetings, because I think the city of St. Cloud meets on Thursdays, the county commission meets on Monday. So this would stagger the schedule as much as possible to allow maximum citizen participation. So I would suggest the board adopt the second and the fourth versus the first and the third to allow our schedules to complement as much as possible the city council.
I'm in agreement with the second and fourth, as our schools last year had made additional changes to their SAC committee calendars and things like that when we switched over to the second and fourth. So I also.
Are you gonna make a motion?
Where, are you making a motion?
Oh, yes,
Mr.
then I motion to adopt the second and fourth, and I appreciate staff for doing late night work.
I second that.
Okay, any other discussion? I can't see your lights, so just raise your hand, that would be fine.
There's no lights.
No lights on? Okay, all right, very good.
So we're
All right,
adopting the
so,
second and
hold
fourth.
on, hold on, that's the motion, we have not voted. You gotta listen to the chair,
I'm listening,
Tanya.
I'm listening.
You gotta listen to the chair.
Go ahead.
All right.
Just take a drink.
Need some wine.
All right, all in favor of the school board calendar for for the school year, for the calendar year 24, of the second and fourth meeting Tuesday, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay,
Who said aye? Who said?
Erica.
all right. So we have adopted that. So we will be publishing this new calendar out. We are going to have a short recess.
It's not so easy, is it?
Could somebody take?
Oh, my goodness.
Please.
All right, well, somebody's got to give me the right script.
Right.
I didn't have a script.
All right, at this time, we will need to choose new committee assignments. The committee list and current members of each are listed on the sheet provided to them at their seats. So is anything related to the board committee assignments? There are some that require the chair, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so the audit committee, the Four Corners board, are the two that require the chair.
Correct.
Okay. The Four Corners board also requires the board member from District 1 who was double dipping, I suppose. I mean that in
No,
the-
I
in the nicest of
understood, yeah.
ways.
I remain.
Are there any other changes to the committee assignments that we do need to go ahead and determine? Are there any other changes?
So
Just in
They need to
general?
choose their.
No,
Oh, you choose your committees?
Uh-huh.
Now, the issue is though, with the.
Hold on. You have to be
I'm
recognized
sorry, there's
by
no
the
light,
chair.
there's no light for you.
Just raise your hand, that's fine. Yes, Mr. Melendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Mr. Chair. I
Thank you,
apologize.
thank you.
But on Four Corners, isn't there agreement that we have to have a majority that sits on there? So we have to actually have three?
Yeah, we need one
Because if-
more person. So we have the chair, we have me, and then one more person.
Okay, yes.
So whoever wants to sit on that.
Yes, I would like to sit on that one.
Okay,
Okay, your list.
all right. Mr. Arguello, would you like to also participate?
need one.
Oh, only
Only
one?
one.
Okay, all right, okay, all right, I'm good. Anybody else? Yes, Ms. Castillo.
I'm gonna take us
Vice
back
Chair,
to
yeah.
the top of the list.
Okay.
So audit committee's been decided, no issue there. And I think that the next one, department staff, I would love to sit on the business advisory board. If anybody, I've never sat on that, it'd be great to kind of explore that. Ms. Kate, whom you're
It's a good
currently.
group, yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, have at it.
So if no one else is interested, I would really like to have that seat.
Heather, do you wanna, because right now you're the alternate for the Central Florida School Board Coalition. Do you wanna just sit on that one?
Let's, just for clarification, let's finish the business advisory first. It's gonna be Ms. Castillo, correct? Nobody else is good, we're good with that.
Yeah,
Well, I see what you're saying,
Okay.
do we one at a time?
Thank you.
okay. Central Florida School Board Coalition. Mr. Melendez is willing to
To
give up
flip-flop.
his seat.
I'm open to letting someone else do that one. Currently, I'm on a lot of committees with the Florida School Boards Association, and it all kind of goes together. And so
Understood.
if there's anyone else that is open to sitting on that, if not, I will take it. But
Mr. Melendez, you're not interested in serving as the
Yeah.
main member?
You want to do that, Mr. Arroyo?
No.
Well, if there's nobody else, then I'll do it then. I'll continue.
I can be your alternate.
Okay, I'll do it then with Terry.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Council on Aging,
I'd like to keep that, let's see, to keep that, please.
okay.
For a month?
No, then, yeah, no
What would
disrespect,
be
yeah,
the
no
point of having her on the
yeah, no
committee for a month?
disrespect.
So the council, her request was to keep it with the seat.
With seat 4 or 5,
Yes.
Council on Aging
No,
is like that
that's-
countywide.
Yeah, that's, makes no
It's because
sense.
they come from everywhere. But my concern is, forget that specific thing, is just that Ms. Booth isn't gonna be here. I mean, she's resigned, tender resignation,
So it
we
was,
have to switch.
no, I get it. She was nominating the
I
seat.
understand what she's
Yeah.
doing. If she keeps it with her seat, then whoever fills her seat will be the person until
Correct.
we move again.
But Council on Aging isn't a seat 5 seat. Four Corners
I understand.
is
That was just
one
her
because-
suggestion.
Right, but that was her
Yeah.
suggestion because she had served in that capacity on, for 22-23, that's all.
I have the understanding of wanting to fill, having the person that's going to assume District 5 seats, still having a place on some of these
Absolutely.
committees, I think is important.
It is.
Well, I'd like to do the Council on Aging.
Okay. I mean,
If you got two people that want to do it, then you need to take a vote to see which one it ends up being.
Yeah, because Ms. Calhoun, the St. Cloud Chamber, I think we felt that that was the appropriate one for District 5 to kind of have, because St. Cloud is predominantly. what they
well,
did before.
she's already on there.
Madam Chair, may I make a comment?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
I went back to the statute to confirm what I finally found it on the computer. At the point at which the organization is done, you take over and you handle the appointments. You have to give the gavel up.
Let him have it. He was really enjoying that.
I'm happy to. Congratulations.
Maybe we can get through this.
Okay, so do we want to take a vote on Council on Aging?
Happy to take it back and see.
Okay, John will do Council on Aging then. The District Technology Committee, currently it's Terry Casilla.
Those meetings were very frequent, so whoever wants to take over this, you will be meeting consistently, at least once a month for 2 hours. So I would really caution you if you don't have, I'm kidding. Not one time did we meet. So,
Now, is there a reason why that committee didn't meet? mean,
I think
should
it's
we-
based on issues.
I've had a committee that didn't meet as well.
Based on
so-
issues.
But there's a lot of technological issues. We're developing an ERP, we have one-on-one issues, and I'm surprised that.
I'm happy to keep it. It was a great schedule.
And security meetings.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I can imagine a plethora of issues to
Thanks
discuss.
for staying on there, Ms. Castillo. Appreciate it.
The next one is the Education Foundation, currently that is Ms. Booth.
Yeah, I would like to sit on the foundation. Mr. Arroyo took the Council on Aging, I'd like to take the foundation.
The next one is self-based only. The Greater Osceola St. Cloud Chamber, so we are in agreement that that will stay with Ms. Booth until District 5 is.
Yes.
The Osceola Chamber, I would like to take that one on this year.
Okay.
Was that you last year as well? No.
No, it was
Okay.
Mr. Melendez.
Okay.
Would you like me to put you as my alternate?
Yes, please. If, unless anybody else is interested, but that was one of the ones I was kind of looking at too.
The next one is the National Affiliation Advocacy Network. Currently, that was Ms. Castillo.
I'll keep it, unless anybody's super interested.
The next one is the School Health Advisory Committee. That was myself. That, again, also was one that, like the Technology Committee, we did not meet. So if someone is willing to take that one on, it might be an easy schedule. Otherwise, I will keep it. Or we could always put it to District 5 if we want to give District 5
Sure.
something else on their plate. The next.
We're gonna say Erica and then
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you.
whoever.
Thank you.
The State Legislative Liaison.
I would like to keep that, if at all possible.
Then I'd like
Do
to
you wanna
remain
be
the alternate. Yes.
Yeah. After that is the Value Tax Adjustment Board. Currently, that was Ms. Booth with me as the alternate. They have met some, because I did fill in at one point for Ms. Booth. I don't know if she had to do any
It's
meetings.
a few times a year,
Not very often.
maybe twice, yeah, a couple times a year.
Okay, I wouldn't mind doing that. Unless Mr. Aguero is interested. No, thank you.
Okay, I can stay as alternate on that for you. And then the last one is the Vocational Advisory Board. Currently, Mr. Melendez sits on that.
Yeah, and that's one of OTEC and I, yeah, they actually meet. OTEC gets together, so they
Are you
talk about the
interested
difference.
in keeping that one?
If you want it, you can.
I kind of want to do that one, yeah. Okay. All right, with that, we have all of the committee assignments, I believe. Ms. Colburn?
Yes.
Here.
And Dr. Shannon was fired from the
My request of the board members is that the last 35 minutes not be included in my evaluation. Thank you.
Oh, it's already been recorded.
All right, with that, we are going to move on to our fine arts moment. Tonight, we have Tohokukalika High School Student Jazz Duet. I usually do, yes. Okay, that's okay.
Really?
High school.
We have time. Try it.
Hi everyone, we're from Tohokukalika High School, and we'd like to thank our band director, Mr. Scott Abbott, for his support and guidance.
Yes.
Ready?
Yep.
I'm first. Virginia.
1, 2, 1, 2.
What day is it?
Wait, what is that?
Do you have any upcoming?
At Tullamore High School's auditorium, we have our winter concert coming up on December 5th. I believe it starts probably at 6 o'clock or 6:30. I don't remember, but thank you.
School board.
Next, we have a presentation by Dr. D'Ambrosi for the Art and Capital winner announcement, 2024 Art and Capital.
Awesome. Well, good evening, everyone. I would like to call up to the podium Ms. Malia Carter from Discovery Intermediate School. So every year, the Florida government has a competition called the Art in the Capitol competition, which is for kids ages, middle school ages, to, if they get chosen, one per district, they get their art featured in the Capitol in Tallahassee for 3 months. And Malia's piece has been selected by a panel of judges. This is her piece. I have an easel set up outside. I'm gonna leave it there, so on your way out, you can check it out. This piece is incredible, and we want to congratulate you for representing Osceola County in the Art in the Capitol competition. Dr. Shanoff has a little certificate for you.
So we have a certificate for you, and we also have a $25 Amazon gift card for you. Hopefully, you can go ahead and buy more art supplies or anything you want. I mean, Amazon, you can get whatever you want.
Yes.
Congratulations. That's really fantastic.
Thank you. Congratulations.
And we're going to keep Dr. Shanoff and Dr. D'Ambrosi there for the 2023 Outstanding Administrator by the Florida Association of Theater Education presentation.
Dr. D'Ambrosi has recently been awarded the 2023 Outstanding Administrator for the Florida Association for Theater Education. He was nominated by 2 of our theater teachers and was chosen by a committee of theater teachers, supervisors, and other members of the FATE board. This is a very special award that is near and dear to his heart and his continued love of the theater. We are extremely lucky to have such a gifted individual who daily gives 110% to not only his work, but to the students and staff of Osceola County. Dr. D'Ambrosi's passion for theater has been a lifelong adventure, one that included achievements such as a Bachelor of Arts, a Master of Arts, a PhD, and most recently, he must be glutton for punishment, has started another master's in educational leadership to further support Osceola County students in an administrative capacity. He believes passionately that theater teachers' rooms are a safe space for all students first and foremost, and no one can take that away. Dr. D'Ambrosi has a passion for many things, but some of his most favorite and important would be his love of anything theater, his family, his faith, and of course, the mouse. Disney, that is. But at the top of this list would be his love for his late grandmother. She is the person who taught him what leadership is. And that leadership is taught with love, even when people don't deserve that love, along with empathy and understanding. He continues to live and lead by those words of wisdom from her, and while she unfortunately passed last year, Dr. D'Ambrosi now holds her words even closer to his heart. This is a very well-deserved honor for somebody who leads an amazing group of teachers in our arts, in our schools. And I can't thank him enough for everything that he has done for theater. In this particular district, we are an outlier district when it comes to theater, and we have the most talented students, and a lot of that has to do with the space that we allow them to grow, the opportunities for them to succeed, You see that with our Startists over the summer. I got a chance to see it. It was awesome. Ms. Cahoon, you were there too. And then also, School of Rock was just amazing with another group of students. Some were home education, some were charter, some were with just our traditional schools. It was really just an awesome experience to see so many kids together at the same time. So Dr. D, congratulations, well deserved.
Our final presentation of the evening is a big one, so get ready. Ryan Adams with the School District of Osceola County 2023 OBC Fall Champions.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Chairman, Dr. Shanoff, thank you. Tanya, I apologize for missing my one role I had earlier. I was working with the kids in the back, making sure we were all good, and all of a sudden I hear I'm up, so my apologies. Anyway, again, thank you for letting us be here tonight. We're here to recognize our Fall Orange Belt Conference champions. We have 7 different teams that we're going to be bringing up here this evening, and our Orange Belt Conference is made up of just our schools here in Osceola County. So it's very exciting, a great opportunity for our individual athletes and our teams as they compete and prepare themselves for the FHSA state playoffs, which takes place usually a couple weeks after our tournaments. So with our tournaments, we have our teams compete in a 1-week winner-take-all tournament, 3 games, where we have a 1 through 8 ranking, and then at the individual teams that we have, we're swimming and golf and track and field and those other sports, we have a 1-day tournament where we hand out a lot of hardware to our athletes. And so tonight we're here to recognize them. So we've asked them to bring their trophies, their medals, their coaches are here, a couple teams are not, but we're going to invite their principals up as well as we present this. So our first team that we're going to invite tonight is going to be the Tohopa-Caliga boys cross-country team and their head coach, Matt Fenn. Their principal, George Oscott, was not able to be here tonight, but the boys cross-country team, this is their 3rd year in a row capturing the OBC championship. They finished 4th at districts. They just completed the regional championship, finishing 6th, which advances them to the state championship, which takes place this weekend, this Saturday, up in Tallahassee. These young men are heading up Friday to do their practice runs, and then they're going to compete for the state title on Saturday. So if you guys want this for, I know you have yours. Okay.
Good job, guys.
So again, ladies and gentlemen, Toho boys cross country. Guys, slide in. Keep going. Like you like each other, guys. Frank, another chance to be in an athletic picture if you want to stick your head up between them. Oh, wow. I know it's been a couple years since you played, so.
A couple centuries.
We good? Oh, parents, come on, sorry.
Sorry, excuse me.
Good job, guys.
Good job, coach.
Good job, coach. Absolutely.
Good job, coach.
Does this podium, can I move this podium?
Yeah, you can move the podium.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, hey guys, good luck today. Good luck today. Congratulations. Our next 2 teams were unable to be here tonight. Some of them are training for other sports, but we certainly want to recognize them. We're going to invite Celebrations Principal Chris Todd up. We Celebration Girls Cross Country. Their head coach, David Raines. Celebrations cross-country team, they were back-to-back OBC champions, and their team advanced to districts and had a regional qualifier in Claire Reburn. And then their boys golf team, weren't able to be here as well, but their head coach is Greg Raklovitz. They were OBC champions. They were also District 6 champions. Their team advanced to regionals, and they had George Aguilera was able to qualify out of regionals going to state, where he shot 74, 76, and 76, 79, and came in 34th place out of 96 athletes. So congratulations to Celebration. I know, I'm amazing athletic accomplishments. You want, hey, you want the trophy so you can have a good picture of the trophy?
Yes,
Maybe?
absolutely.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Can you hold it over your head? Yeah.
This trophy is actually our picture trophy that we use because our other trophies, we had a team break it. So I designed this trophy for that very reason, only to have another team break it. And they like to celebrate. It's fun to see the kids running around with it. All right, our next team, St. Cloud Girls Golf. A lot of hardware coming in here right now. We have head coach Alejandro Sanchez, and these young ladies this year competed in 5 championships, winning 4. They were not only the OBC champions for the 6th time in a row, they were the Bulldog Invitational champions. We invited teams from Polk County, Brevard County, and Orange County. They came in and they were able to win that initial championship. They also, for the first time in the school program, won the district championship this year, knocking off Lake Nona. We love to take down the Orange County team.
Take them down.
Then we competed in the regional tournament where they tied for first place and unfortunately lost the tiebreaker, but we'll still give you the co-champions as regional champions. And then they just competed this past weekend up at Mission Inn, up in Howie in the Hills, where they finished 4th in the state, the highest in girls golf ever in Osceola. I won't say anything. I won't say it. I'm not going to do it in front of all these people.
All right, they'll yell at me if I don't do it this way. 1, 2, 3.
Ryan, were you not going to say that one of your own is up here?
No, I wasn't.
Is that what it is?
Good job, girlies.
All right, St. Cloud Girls Golf, congratulations. All right, we're going to bring in both Harmony boys and girls swimming. Up here.
Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Good job.
Hey guys, you guys can use this.
Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations.
All right, Harmony boy and their principal, Mr. Hickey, is here as well. Their head coach is TJ Walters, was the girls' head swimming coach, and the boys' head swimming coach is Stephanie Steele. She also coaches the divers. The boys' swimming program, this is their 4th year in a row capturing the OBC championship. They finished 5th at districts, 15th at regionals, advancing to state, where the team finished 25th at state, and Meredith Wagner took the podium in diving with a 4th place finish for the, actually she's a girl, I'm sorry, that's the boys. And the girls, they also were back-to-back OBC champions, finished 3rd at districts, 15th at regionals. The team finished 34th, and Meredith finished 4th in diving. So congratulations, Harmony.
Okay, we gotta get in really tight.
All right. Harmony Swimming, congratulations.
Awesome, guys.
One goes, they all follow. There we go. Gotta get the leader. And our last team tonight is the Osceola girls volleyball team.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Osceola girls volleyball, their head coach Carrie Palmy, their principal Johanna Santiago, athletic director Rick Tribbett. Not only were these young ladies the OBC champions this year, they had a 23-7 record with 21 of their 30 matches this year going against teams that qualified for the state tournament. They competed in the Nike Tournament of Champions, finishing 3rd, and during that run knocked off 2 nationally ranked teams, one from Virginia and one from Missouri. They also went on to win the district championship and advanced to the regionals for the regional finals for the second year in a row, finishing in the Elite Eight in Class 7A. Congratulations, Osceola. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You want to write back on that?
Yeah, right there.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. We look forward to coming back after the winter sports are over, and we'll recognize our winter team. So, thank you.
I'll get you again then.
We are now on to appointments and transfers. Dr. Shannon?
Wait, 1 second. Are we skipping the positive comment?
Oh, with everything, we can do
Or
that
do we
now.
want to go back to
Yeah,
it?
no,
or-
we can do that now.
Okay.
Let's start with positive comment. I'll start with Ms. Castillo in District 1.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. This past couple of weeks, I've been fortunate enough to be out in the community participating in some really great conversations, specifically surrounding student safety. So I wanted to thank all of the folks that attended the Student Safety Forum, including John Boyd and Lester Yates, who were also there to make sure that I gave the correct information to our constituency. But I also wanted to thank the Starbucks manager at Celebration, Debbie Cooper, for providing the coffee, Dave Coswell from Chick-fil-A for providing some munchies for us to eat. Definitely wanted to thank Greg Hirsch, the pastor of Celebration Community Church, Lauren Gunyon, Claire Zimba, a student who was sitting in as a student expert, Debbie McDonald, Commissioner Chaudhry as well, and we also had the two officers from both Celebration High School and Celebration K-8 sitting in. It was a really healthy conversation. I won't say that it was fuzzy and that everybody came out of there singing Kumbaya. We had to really sit down and think about what our constituency is asking of us. And incidentally, I do want to also thank Dr. Shanoff for quickly sitting down with me and discussing some of the points that came up during that meeting. So District 1 and all of Osceola, we have some things in the works, and I can't wait to continue the conversation. I also wanted to thank the PTA from CKA 8 for inviting me to Kindness Day today. Today was Kindness Week. So actually, the students are honoring one of the custodians who unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago during COVID, and they're honoring him by having this week-long festival of kindness. So I was there today at the school, helping the students write all the nice notes, and they were creating these things that they're going to put all over the school. So it was just a nice way to start the day. So I want to thank the PTA and the students at TKA 8 for inviting me to hang out with them today. That's it.
Ms. Booth?
Yes, I have a couple of things to say. First of all, I want to say thank you to the city of Kissimmee. They held a Veterans Day parade this past Saturday. I was blessed to take my son to, and I just wanted to say our ROTC from St. Cloud High School, Liberty High School, Tohoku-Kalaiga High School, and Harmony High School were represented in that parade. I'm so proud of them. You see them often in the community, not just during parade times, but in lots of different events. They shined, and if you missed that, come see the next one. But actually, it was an honor to be there to honor all of our veterans that have served, and we thank you for your service. Also, I want to give a shout out to the Education Foundation. I attended their golf tournament, and thank you to so many of the community partners that were there. I think some other board members may be speaking on this, so I'll say thank you again for all that showed to that event, and the St. Cloud Golf Links for hosting. That was amazing. Also, I want to give a big shout out and congratulations to every school's teacher and support staff of the year nominees. I believe there was a tour that happened, and I don't want to steal Dr. Shanoff's thunder here, but doing the top 10, I think you guys are going around with that now, but I just want to say it's an honor to be nominated by your peers in every department, whether that's the departments or the schools, and I just honor all of those nominees. And last but not least, it goes to our Charter and Choice and our community relations team. I know that we're gearing up for the Choice Fair, which is a enormous event that all the community is invited to. I wanted to give a specific shout out to the Charter and Choice team for putting this together, offering these options for our parents and for our families, and also always to our community relations staff who work tirelessly behind the scenes to make this happen. So thank you.
I'm just going to continue down the line and do mine as well now. In addition to what Ms. Booth had to say about the Education Foundation Golf Classic, one of the things to note is they said at the end of it, $140,000 was raised that day for scholarships for students in our community, and the scholarship window is open now. So if you have a senior that you know of in Osceola County, tell them to go to the Education Foundation's website, fill out that application, because that one application opens up the door to multiple scholarships here in our community. I also had the pleasure of being at Sunrise Elementary and Narcoossee Elementary over the last few weeks, volunteering in their book fairs, spending a couple hours helping the kids find their books. Not an easy task to do, but it's a really fun one to get back in with the students and be there partaking in that event, and maybe bought a few Christmas gifts myself while I was there. And the last thing I'd like to share is that our special programs team has taken on a big role. They do this every year, but they are hosting their annual basket brigade, where our departments across the district are gathering supplies and materials for the families in need in our community for this Thanksgiving season. And the deliveries are going to be made on Saturday. And the part that they're taking on this year is that in the past we've had a business partner help with the delivery of those baskets, and this year our teams are coming together to do the deliveries. So Saturday morning, a lot of us will be out there delivering these baskets to our families, and it's really great to go to any department right now and see those baskets being collected to help those families have a really good holiday. With that, I think Ms. Castillo has one more thing to add.
A moment of privilege, because I did say that Kindness Week was honoring one of the employees, and I wanted to just mention his name. It's really important, Juan Carlos Sosa. So I wanted to make sure we said his name, because it is in his honor. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mr. Aguayo.
Yeah, I'd like to first thank all of our teachers and employees who have been veterans, who have served this country. Thank you for your service. Veterans Day was this past week. And then I also want to thank the parents and the teachers who are constantly reaching out to me, who, when somebody's doing something wrong, they call me. When they put a picture of some guy up on our scoreboard completely inappropriately, people called me right away. What you guys do when you reach out to me and you call me and you tell me all the things that are going on in the district, it allows me to fight for you and to make this time here, this opportunity to serve you, worth it. Some people just like to be up here and collect a paycheck, come here every 2 weeks, be told what to say, and you know, it's very hard to, with the amount of time that you're provided, it's very hard to come up here, represent you, fight for you every 2 weeks, fight for your interests, and actually put you guys ahead of the interests that are behind this curtain. So I just really appreciate you guys, the amount of information that you guys have provided me, the amount of prayers that you guys have sent my way are just, you have no idea how much I appreciate it, so thank you.
Mr. Melendez.
Thank you. I also want to acknowledge our Osceola legislative delegation. We had a luncheon where we got together. We got to meet with all the state representatives and state senators and let them know what our priorities are for this year. And you know, along with Dr. Shanoff being the first year that we're going to go to Tallahassee together and see if we can really achieve some legislative victories. And so just the fact that everyone can work together, at least temporarily, at least we're holding our hands for 2 seconds and saying, okay, we have a common goal of try to move the district forward. And so I do appreciate that at least the state representatives and senators were open to listen to what we had to promote on the agenda. I also want to thank the Veterans Day Parade as well. I didn't go to one in Kissimmee, I went to one in St. Cloud. We just started one. It was a ruck march, sponsored by the VFW. We had the St. Cloud Police Department, we had the fire department as well. And so we just we're not as big as Kissimmee, we're just trying to get out there, because I'm a member of the VFW there in St. Cloud. But also echo Mr. Arguello's sentiments. We have a lot of veterans in the school district. I know Mr. Tim Burdett, Mr. Arguello, we have a lot of teachers that have performed before. And so to them to be able to serve their country and then also serve the educational community is just as important. And I want to thank every member of our school district and employee family that has worn a uniform, and I want to thank them for their service as well. With that being said, we have to be careful. Thanksgiving's coming up. It's a week long. Everyone wants to, just kind of celebrate. On my way here, there was a car accident in front of Zenith. And so I just want to let everyone know that please have fun, but just also be cautious because we want you to come back. It's not the end of the year yet. It feels like it because it's a full week. And I told everyone, because I remember a couple of years ago, we had a school board calendar where Thanksgiving was only Thursday and Friday. And I said, no. As long as I'm a school board member, I want to have the whole entire week of Thanksgiving off every single year. But with that being said, we're not done yet. The school year's not done. We still got December. We still got the second PMI or the FAST test to come. So just take a nice break, nice recharge, and let's get back into finishing the year strong. Thank you.
Dr. Shanoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple things. First of all, this morning started very early at Poinciana High School and made 10 stops today, surprising our top 10 support staff of the year. So what was really cool about that experience, two kind of stand out for me, and it just happened to be the timing. Ms. Tilford, who works at Harmony Community, we were actually in a first grade class and they were holding off on the play because the administration knew that we were coming. And so we had all these parents in this classroom waiting for this Thanksgiving play to start, and they were just waiting for us to get there. And we were able to do the presentation in front of all of the parents in that class. And Ms. Tilford is definitely a special individual. When we visited Mr. Brown, the head custodian at Narcoossee, oh my goodness, he was in the cafeteria. We surprised him in the cafeteria. He goes by JB, just like you, Mr. Boyd. He goes by JB. The kids immediately started chanting JB, 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 JB. They were so ecstatic. You can just tell that the kids they are all about JB. They think that the sun rises and sets with JB. It was just a real joy. Lastly, I've almost completed all of my school visits. We're almost there. I've got 2 more to go. But I went to a couple of classrooms they all run together now. I went to Cypress, and one kindergarten teacher that I met, Miss Alma, 3 of her kids came through Osceola County Schools. First of all, she's a phenomenal kindergarten teacher. Miss Alma, her 3 kids are all doctors, all graduates from Gateway High School. Pretty phenomenal, really just remarkable. And then I went to Miss Hyde's dance class at Cypress, first grade. These kids were phenomenal in dance class, and Miss Hyde she was incredible. I mean, the way that she was teaching the kids dance, and the kids already learned the dance. I mean, it was incredible what I saw. I'm so inspired by the work that our teachers are doing day in and day out. It is so inspiring. So I really challenge all of our folks, not just in this building, but certainly our principals. We got to get out of our offices and spend time in those classrooms, because that's where we renew our batteries. That's where we really kind of understand the joy of the work. And I certainly have been very fulfilled by those school visits. It has been an absolute joy to see the teachers in action in this district. They are genuine heroes, and at the end of the day, what I'm thinking about at Thanksgiving is I'm thinking about how thankful I am for each and every one of our 8,000 employees, and especially our teachers on the front lines, doing the work day in and day out, and doing it with honor, dignity, and with a tremendous amount of talent. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Shanoff. Back to you for the administrative appointments and transfers.
Yes, so we have 1 appointment tonight. I promised him I would not make a comment. Eric Estrada, come on up. So, Eric Estrada has held the following positions: Curriculum writer, Boys and Girls Club of America STEM director, substitute teacher, paraprofessional, and technology coordinator in Patterson Public Schools. Assistant principal at Imagine Kissimmee Charter Academy and director of operations at Imagine Kissimmee Charter Academy. He received his bachelor's degree in secondary education from Pontifical Catholic University of Puerto Rico and his master's degree in educational leadership from William Patterson University. And he does not have a degree in criminal justice, and he has never worked for the California Highway Patrol. Mr. Estrada, congratulations.
Motion approved.
Second.
Thank you. First, I want to thank my beautiful wife and kids.
Take a vote.
Oh,
A motion by Mr. Melendez, a second by Ms. Booth. All those in favor?
Aye.
okay, now it's official. Yes. All right, I want to thank my beautiful wife and my kids for always being there with me in the good and the bad and the awesome. And this is definitely awesome. So I want to express my sincere gratitude for the privilege of being appointed as the new assistant principal at Horizon Middle School. I am truly honored and excited to be given the opportunity to serve in this role, and I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for placing your trust in me. I understand the critical importance of education and the significant role an assistant principal plays in fostering a positive learning environment and supporting both students and educators. I am committed to upholding the high standards and values of Horizon Middle School and working collaboratively with the board, schools administration, teachers, staff, students, and parents to ensure the school continues to excel. I am eager to contribute my knowledge, skills, dedication to help drive the school's mission and objectives forward. Please know that I am dedicated to maintaining the school's reputation for excellence and creating a nurturing and inclusive environment where all students can thrive. Once again, I would like to express my deep appreciation for this opportunity and for the confidence you have shown in me. I look forward to working alongside all of you and the entire school community to achieve our shared goals. Thank you for your support and belief in me. I am excited to begin this new chapter in my life as the assistant principal at Horizon Middle School. Thank you.
With that, we're going to recess our board meeting for the 2023 rulemaking cycle B.
Good evening, school board members. We're bringing to you tonight 29 rules that will have revisions to them, including 3 new rules for this particular rulemaking cycle. Almost all of these are based upon changes in state statutes and State Board of Education rulemaking. The first 3 all involve technology to some degree. This is a workshop tonight, so we're not asking you to make take any action on these changes. We will obviously provide you an opportunity for questions and comments and bring these back to you next month on December the 12th at the public hearing for the opportunity for the public to comment and also for a vote to be taken for final action. The first rule is 8.602, Internet Safety. It establishes a new Internet safety policy pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 379 in the 2023 legislative session. All of the statutes that I list that are new, or the bills that I list, are from that session. 8.603, Artificial Intelligence Acceptable Use, establishes proactively a new artificial intelligence acceptable use policy pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 379 in this last legislative session. 8.64, Operation of Unmanned Aerial Vehicles, otherwise called drones, establishes a new policy to govern the use of unmanned aerial vehicles, drones, by school district employees or students on school board property or at school district-sponsored events. Rule 3.40, Safe and Secure Schools, revises paragraph 5 pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 543 and State Board of Education Rules 6A-1.0018 and 6A-1.0019 Florida Administrative Code, It revises the policy to reflect the new state model and procedures for threat management, emergency drills, etc., related to school safety. 3.80, school volunteers, adds paragraph 5 pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 1121 to establish a post-employment volunteer program for retirees. Rule 4.21, selection and management of instructional materials, revises paragraph 4 pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 1069 and State Board of Education Rule 6A-1.094126, Florida Administrative Code. Rule 4.22, educational media material selection, revises paragraph 3 pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 1069 and State Board of Education Rule 6A-1.094126 Administrative Code. Rule 4.44, school-sponsored events and activities, revises the rule title for clarity, adds paragraphs 1 and 2, and revises paragraph 5 to comply with requirements in State Board of Education Rule 6A-10.89, school-sponsored events and activities, Florida Administrative Code. Adds paragraph 8 to ensure that homecoming and prom court titles comply with section 1000.071, personal titles and pronouns, Florida statutes. Rule 5.141, school choice, revises paragraph 10A to establish specific criteria for revocations of choice assignments, revises paragraph 10B to permit a choice assignment to continue to the highest grade level of the approved school, and that's per a change in state law. 5.18, children of military families, revises paragraph 3 pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 633. 5.32, zero tolerance for crimes and victimization, revises paragraph 1 pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 1537. 5.62, administration of medication, adds paragraph 1J pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 1537. 5.70, student records, revises policy pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 1, Section 1003.25 Florida statutes, to require the transfer of student records within 5 days instead of 3 days. Rule 6.211, certification of adjunct instructors, revises paragraphs 1 and 2 to delete part-time to clarify that the rule applies only to full-time employees. Deletes paragraph 4 to align with changes in Senate Bill 240. 6.29, report of misconduct, revises paragraph 1D pursuant to recent changes within section 1012.797 Florida statutes. 6.50, leave of absence, revises adds paragraph 4 to establish that the maximum time available to any employee for all leaves of absence shall be a continuous 2 years. Rule 6.531, Deferred Retirement Option Program, DROP, updates the maximum term of DROP participation from 60 months, that's 5 years, to 96 months, that's 8 years, to comply with recent changes in section 121.091 Florida statutes. Revises the allowable drop extension period for certain K-12 instructional personnel from 36 months or 3 years to 24 months, which is 2 years. Beyond the 96-month period to comply with changes in statute, and revises the payment schedule for sick leave benefits paid during drop participation to extend the payments over the 96-month period. 6.541, vacation leave, revises paragraph 3B for clarity regarding the length of a vacation leave day. 6.542, family and medical leave, adds paragraphs 5 and 6 to require employees to exhaust sick leave bank leave, and vacation leave before going on unpaid leave during FMLA leave. Rule 6.543, illness or injury in line of duty leave, revises paragraph 2D to require drug tests to be completed within 12 hours of injury prior to receiving illness or injury in line of duty leave. Rule 6.551, pallbearer bereavement leave, revises the policy title and adds paragraphs 2 and 3 to include pallbearer bereavement leave. 6.84, prohibited interaction with students, revises paragraph 1 to add the clarifying terms overtly personal, overly familial. 6.97, weapons, revises paragraph 1 to clarify that pursuant to section 790.115 Florida statutes, the carry of weapons on school board property and/or at school district-sponsored events, including within employee vehicles, is prohibited except for those individuals authorized in paragraph 9 of this policy and only as part of the authorized individual's official duties. 7.70, purchasing and competitive solicitations, updates the threshold for review and approval of internal account purchase requisitions for purchases from $3,000 to $5,000, updates the threshold for written quotes with provisions for quotes received by certified small and veteran business enterprise firms, updates the competitive solicitation requirements waivers to include venues and facility rentals. Rule 7.701, small business Small Business Participation Program, revises paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 in order to update the Small Business Enterprise Participation Policy Statement, update the definitions used within the policy, expand upon determination of general goals, and separate applicable and appropriate procedures into a procedures document. Rule 7.70, Veteran Business Enterprise Program, revises paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 in order to update the Veteran Business Enterprise Participation Policy Statement, and it updates the definitions used within the policy and expands upon determination of general goals, and also separates applicable and appropriate procedures into a procedures document. 8.16, Emergency Drills and Evacuations, revises paragraphs 1 and 3D pursuant to changes in state law within House Bill 543 and State Board of Education Rule 6A-1.0018, Florida Administrative Code. 8.51, Renovations of Remodeling of Facilities, revises paragraph 2 to ensure consistency with revisions within policy 8.53. 8.53, Improvements to School Plants and Grounds, revises paragraphs 1 and 2 and adds paragraphs 3 through 8 to clarify specific requirements for projects funded by individuals, groups, or organizations for improvements to school plants or property. Again, we'll bring these back to you, Board, on the 12th of December for final action after a public hearing. Do you have any questions for me at this time that I can answer?
Mr. Melendez has a question, a comment?
Yes, thank you. I have one regarding the use of artificial intelligence. I'm not looking at strong language that refers to, because it says like students can use it, and you gotta cite it and things like that. Personally, I'm kind of against that. I want students doing their own work, you know? I want it to be where artificial intelligence is specifically guided by a teacher saying that you're allowed to use it specifically in this assignment. They're not to use artificial intelligence to commit assignments to them. So I think, to me, it's even, you know, the equivalent of cheating to sit there and like, there needs to be like almost like an academic honesty statement saying, hey, you know, you're using AI only under the specific instructions of an instructor. You're not using AI whenever you feel like doing AI. You know, because it even says you're allowed to do it, you just gotta cite it. I don't want them just using it and just citing it. I want kids taking the time, downloading pictures, doing what they gotta do. And I know that's not required from the state. I'm just saying from a school board, you know, I just wanna be careful that students, you know, I think it's cheating, to be honest with you. If we're here in an educational institution, we're supposed to be the foundational literacy to them, and it shouldn't, I know it's accessible, and people can try to argue that and say, oh, it's there, it's the real world. Well, the real world also is we're supposed to teach them the basics of, reading and writing and doing their own critical thinking skills. And so, so I just want to put there, like, under the specific guise of the instructor. In addition to that, I want to be able to, as a board, I can't do it myself, even direct Mr. Thorne, because I've gone to a couple different school board workshops in different places. They say that now there's AI software that can try to detect if someone uses AI. It's like AI detecting AI. So I wouldn't even mind if Mr. Thorne can start looking at what different software programs exist, so that way we can catch kids, or catch students using AI in the submission of their essays and things like that, because they should be doing their own original work.
Thank
Yes.
you. Dr. Shanoff?
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Mr. Melendez. I think that is, I think you've definitely touched on something that has been a topic that has kind of gone round and round in the education world. I think that what you've got is you've got a technology that is adapting very quickly. We have a high school that actually has an entire track dedicated to artificial intelligence.
until they get it fixed at this point. Mr. Arguello, you're recognized.
Mr. Boyd, what was the impetus for these changes? It's like, going through some of these rule changes, it looks like these VBE and the SBE rules have been gutted.
Those were originally written and included a whole bunch of procedures, and the rule of thumb with rulemaking is that you want succinct rules and that the procedures would be a separate document. The board does have Rule 2.25 that allows those to be included there. We have manuals, for example, that you approve as by virtue of approving that rule. So we can share with you those procedures documents and the actual form that Mr. Melendez mentioned with the scores. I understand they gave me a copy to include in the packet, and I did. That answers that question.
It just seems like a lot of, now the rule, if you read through the rule, there's not a lot there. It's basically, we no longer have to have anything in at all, right?
To make you feel better about that, I did add a paragraph at the end that says that the superintendent shall create procedures to implement this rule. So there's a direction by the board with these changes, if you approve them, to do exactly that.
There was a similar language last time when these were first to that statement that you just made, and no one has ever taken action on it to date, right? So those procedures, the fact that it just says the superintendent shall, and it did say shall last time, she did not. And we find ourselves today, now 2 years later, we also don't have anything. So he has had the opportunity, obviously, but now this removes a lot of the language that is protecting the VBE program.
To help you feel better about
Madam
that,
Chair, make a recommendation. I've seen this problem elsewhere. Every time the board wants something done, you should say to the superintendent, what is a date that you can deliver that for us to, whatever it is. And then the clerk calendars it, and you will always have an ability to track. Otherwise, you have so much business coming in front of you. If you don't do that, you don't ever have that ability to file. I've seen it over and over again. It's the only way to protect the superintendent, protect the board, and keep it flowing. So John, you raise a really good issue. How do we know things are done? How long does it take you to set up the procedures? And I'll give them back to you by X date, Mr. Superintendent, and then you keep a record of that, and you get it back.
It also mentioned the number that we were supposed to, it obligated us to create a number that was never created for what the percentage or expectation was for participation.
Thank you for that, and I think it's a reasonable concern, and I appreciate the clarification, Mr. Krumpenbacher. Yeah, I think that it really kind of depends on the ask in terms of us going ahead and determining, if there's a specific metric or system that we need to establish.
I can help you because I know this whole thing. We can be done with this by the end of January and have it back to the board. The only reason I say January is you got the whole holidays coming up.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But if you give that time, the staff and us can have that back.
For sure.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Arguello.
Yeah, so I just want to make it clear, the entire reason that I brought these programs forward was so that they would be used. To date, they have not been yet, right? It would be a shame for them not to be ever, and if we're reducing the amount of teeth in the language which didn't have teeth to begin with, now it's just headless. I understand that the language that you put in, and I understand Dr. Shanoff is far more willing to enact on things that are in policy. But I just want to, the whole reason that these were created was because we kept having business go to the same people over and over and over and over and over again. And this would hopefully diversify the people who are benefiting from all these citizens' expenditure and investment into our district, right? So, I mean.
I do want to make a point of clarification, though. You you stated something in your comments just now that these programs have not been enacted to this point, which I think they are enacted, we are utilizing them. You do have policies and procedures in place.
No, we had a policy. The policy has not been followed. The policy said that we shall have a number, that we were gonna come up with a percentage number. We never did that. So the district is not in compliance with even this one, right, it's not been changed yet, or the previous one. And it's not the fault of the district or the employees. It's basically the past superintendent never complied with what the policy, which was accepted, stated.
If I may respond, related to this, to make you feel better about this change. We already start with a rule that was rather wordy, and one of the luxuries that you have with me, if you call it a luxury, is having done the rulemaking for 20 years. In 2006, not that anybody cares, but I do, we spent $50,000 to strip the procedures language out of rules intentionally to create procedures manuals that were intended to be followed. Did that happen 100% over the years that I watched? Not entirely, but for the most part. But for this, we're starting with a rule that was well-written, and we're taking that language, and that is your starting point for your procedures. So you're not starting from scratch. So you know what was in that rule, and you'll expect it to see it in the procedures manual. I hope that helps.
Sorry, Dr. Chanoff, I know you're gonna look at me, and I know I'm very well aware I'm not the procurement guy, or the small business person, but obviously use the contracts probably the most. We do have a target, it's 10% that's written in our contract. We do have a 10% target that's written in all of our CM contracts that have gone out for the past 6 months. We did ask Katrina to pull together the information that we have gathered to date on what the participation is and how many contractors we have registered. The intent of this change is we had a pass or fail. If a contractor met the requirement, then they could go on to even presenting. If you didn't, you met 9%, you just weren't going to go forward. We felt that was going to reduce the contractor pool, so we set it as a goal. We do have a way of tracking it. We have implemented forms in our pay applications to do that. I mean, those are all things that we can certainly put in the procedures and share with you, and have Katrina send that out. And again, I'm not the procurement guy or the small business guy, but I use it the most. So we do have a 10% target that everybody's obligated to meet, both on the architect side as well as the contractor side.
So on our contract side, that's there, right? But per policy, the superintendent is supposed to come up with a number that's supposed to be in that policy.
Got it.
All right, so I appreciate that, and it's very good. I'm glad that you guys are making grounds. I know that you've been working hard to stand this program up. It's just, I mean, we're not in, technically we're not in compliance with our policy, nor have we been. All right.
And another thing, I'm sorry. I apologize. One thing I would like to then add to the policy then, not even in procedures, is to get an annual summation of how we're doing. You know, at the end of the day, we can have any kind of, policy that says 10%, 20%, whatever. How are we doing? You know what I mean? I would like to get an annual report card, so to speak, and says, okay, these are the total number of contracts awarded. How many went to small businesses? How many went to veteran-owned businesses? How many went to minority-owned businesses? Because we, even though we don't have a policy for minority-owned, when Krockenbacher and the attorney made that whole dissertation to us in the workshop, they said that they have to do like a study, and it takes over years to do something like that. But if we never collect the data and don't know what the data is, we'll never get around to doing that study, whether or not we need to do that. So I just think that it's appropriate if Katrina's office can summarize it, or I don't know who does it, I don't want to get into the details. The point is, somebody gives us an annual report based on what is the total number of contracts awarded and how many are being actually awarded for the different categoricals that we're looking at.
Yes.
To include like dollar amount and things like that.
As a follow-up, Mr. Superintendent, once you get it with staff, you could pick when that annual report will be due, then everybody's on the same page.
Will do. That's, yeah, I mean, if that's the will of the board, I'm good.
Any further discussion?
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Oh. Thank you. I guess if we're giving direction on how we like to see this, yes, it's important to know how many contracts were awarded, but also I think it's important to know how many applied and how many were eligible, so that we can get a true number of the conversion rate.
Great point.
Mr. Arroyo?
Yeah, I think, Katrina, maybe we can begin in what that study, right, what those present, and then we collect all that information while we're doing the business. And that should be part, in my opinion, of the policy itself. So that we track it, so instead of paying $1 million for the study, we're creating it over the next 3 years, for example.
That was the goal.
And we'll have it. Well, I mean, but we were, I mean, it's 2 years now, right? And it looks like the program is being executed on the tactical level, but the strategic level has not caught up with what the strategic level, but with the tactical level. So, I mean, I don't know. Here's the thing. In the end, tomorrow, without the language, without the part that I'm talking about, where we're missing, the program could be ended tomorrow. And that's what I'm trying to avoid, is that the program doesn't die because we don't want it. And even though you guys are doing everything that you're supposed to be doing, you know, let's say Dr. Shanoff gets a job in Tahiti tomorrow and he leaves and we have another superintendent, he doesn't like BBE, all of a sudden it's gone,
Let
right?
me put this on the record. This policy was adopted by the board. If a superintendent unilaterally did not go to the board and get the board's approval, I legally would tell any board those are grounds to terminate somebody.
I agree, but unfortunately, the last superintendent did exactly that.
So,
I mean, if you would read it, the policy, it says what the superintendent shall do, and it was not done. So shall was a must.
The superintendent is not here. We have given clear policy to our current superintendent, and we have a date for when he will deliver.
What was that?
Any
date,
further-
Mr. Superintendent?
So I'm gonna get with the general counsel, and the general counsel and I will set a date, and I'll share it with the board members, and hopefully we can come to an agreement that that would be an acceptable timeframe. Thank you.
Thank you. With no further discussion, the board workshop is adjourned and the meeting is reconvened.
Thank you, Board.
It's time for agenda modifications. Ms. Castillo?
I have none, Madam Chair.
Ms. Booth?
11.01.
Mr. Aguayo?
10.10, 10.11, 14.01, 14.02, 17.03, 18.01, 20.01, and 20.02. All those are in the attorneys.
Mr. Melendez?
Okay, I'm trying to see what doesn't overlap. 9.04, did you mention 10.10?
Yes,
Okay. 14.02,
it's already mentioned.
and 17.06.
Dr. Shanoff?
Yeah, we're gonna pull 10.11. Thank you.
and 20.04.
We're pulling.
Sorry, and 20.04.
Motion approved, consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Thank you. A motion for Mr. Melendez, a second for Ms. Castillo. All those in favor? Aye. We're going to start with 9.04. Mr. Melendez?
Thank you. And I actually approve of this. This is just an item that I just want us to kind of think about because we have a great relationship with Valencia College. And there's a lot of students during graduation ceremonies get their dual enrollment, AA degree and high school diploma at the same time. But I know that post-pandemic, it was different. Like before the pandemic, like when I went to high school way back in the day, we actually had a full-time dual enrollment instructor at the school teaching classes. And then I know there's hybrid stuff. So that's just something that I just want the board to kind of consider in the future is what do we want that relationship to look like? Because I know that recently, if you want to be dual enrollment, you have to drive to Valencia. And not every student has access to a vehicle or transportation means to do that. So I would like to see if maybe we could do some kind of hybrid approach where maybe there are classes that are online and we dedicate a classroom inside each school or something like that that allows them to get access to it during that class period as if they're like any other student. I'm not giving specific direction or specific answers. I just want us to kind of consider, so I'm gonna vote to motion to approve, but I'm just saying, as we're renewing this contract with Valencia, what does that relationship look like, and how do we get more students participating early? And because the reason for that is twofold. Number one, they're getting college credit, and they're reducing their student loan debt. So the more classes they take, then they can graduate faster and not have as much money. But in addition, some of those teacher vacancies that was alluded to earlier can kind of get freed up a little bit, because if a Valencia teacher is teaching 2 classes a day already through our dual enrollment, maybe they could teach 1 or 2 extra classes to the regular population because they're already certified. So it just things for me to constantly throw out there, because I think this board sometimes spends a lot of energy on a lot of things, but I think that the academic instruction is something that we should, kind of consider in the future. Maybe it's a workshop or something like that, where we kind of get an update, what is our relationship with Valencia and how's the dual enrollment program working? So with that, I motion approved, 904.
Second. Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Ms. Castillo. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Next up is 10.10, Mr. Aguayo.
Okay, so this is our amendment with RSM. They've picked 3 things that they're gonna be working on: the physical site assessment, IT risk monitoring, and a whistleblower hotline. So here are the issues with this contract. Number one, from what I understand, none of these are in the highest value areas that are recommended. So we are essentially misusing our independent auditor. Our independent auditor has a task, right? This was created, state statute, the Florida legislature created this internal auditor so that they can do the task of being an internal auditor. What we use our internal auditor is basically as this kind of utilitarian, we need somebody to do this, we'll just use them for that. And that's not what the design is. So RSM may be an expert in many fields. I doubt that they have the expertise to do this physical site assessment on their own. What they're gonna do is hire an expert to do it. Why would we just not hire the expert themselves to do this? If we're gonna have a person do a physical site assessment, then we should have a budget line item that says physical site assessment each year, and have those people ensure that our schools are safe every year, right? As part of our security practice. But to have RSM do these things means that they're not doing what their actual job is, which is to audit the internal guts of the school district. That doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen by design. This district does not like transparency, or at least it has not historically speaking. I think that as of late, it's become much better, but historically speaking, it has been horrendous when it comes to transparency. So what did we do? Even though we were mandated to have an internal auditor, we sent them to go count daisies outside in the parking lot. But that's not what they're meant to do. They're meant to make us a better district on behalf of the citizens, but it does not happen. So I think that we need to go back to the drawing board, reestablish a relationship with RSM under the understanding that they are going to be enacting their duty as an internal auditor according to state statute, as opposed to the things that they're doing. The second thing that they have on their list is IT risk monitoring. We talked about this already for years going now, where we should have had IT, right, especially in this risk monitoring, doing penetration testing, things like that. That should be a line item in our budget, and a company that is an expert at doing that should perform that task every year, if we require that. But instead what we're doing is we're taking the people that are supposed to be watching the district, right, as an oversight process, and we're basically having them do busy work so that no citizen is protected. And that's really not what their design is, that's not what the intent of the law was, and it's just a waste of time and money.
Mr. Melendez?
I actually concur with my colleague, not the exact way that he expresses himself, but to be honest with you, there's 2 issues. Number one, the physical site assessment. We have safety and security that does that. That's what Lester Yates and Russ Gold, they're supposed to go there and do their annual assessments of physically walking in the buildings and making sure that they're secure. And they actually have to submit a report to the Department of Education at the state level. So to me, it's not really a valuable use of resources, you know, so I'd rather look at something that we really cannot do. Unless there was, the only reason you would hire another internal auditor to do the same thing that we can already do is if there's rumors that we're not doing it correctly. Like if somebody says, hey, there was an issue, and then Lester's department looked at it and didn't report it, then okay, then you want a certain level of security or a sense of confidence that, you know, our internal procedures are working properly, then you have an external auditor double check our procedures. But I have yet to hear that we have like physical site issues, you know what I mean? And, you know, I don't want to give Lester Gates a pat on the back, but theoretically, he did a good job in his last assessment. We have an executive session, so I can't discuss what we discussed, but I don't see any audit findings from the state saying that we're not meeting physical security requirements. So I would rather use that monies and that effort to audit something else that we have, because we have like a list of top 10 things that we liked. Let's spend it on something that we have a concern over. The other item that Mr. Arguello mentioned that is a very good valid point is that we have IT department security issues. You know, penetration testing, assurance of the data, and then we even spoke about that during our agenda review, and I think we spoke about it even as a board, that needs to be a separate line item. The fact is, we should always be checking the integrity of our network. It shouldn't be part of the job that we hire an internal auditor to come in there and double check. You know, that is something that we should constantly be testing for security vulnerabilities and hackers and things like that. So I think that needs to be, and I think it is, but if it is, then why are we doing it twice? I think it needs to be in its own IT budget. And then the other concern too that was brought up at my agenda review meeting is that even if we have the bandwidth internally to do it, IT security is so important. I think 1 year the district does it, 1 year you still hire an outside vendor. Because if you're inside the district, you kind of know what you're doing and you kind of know it. It's a different thing for a security team from outside the district to try to break into your network. And I don't want to use that sounds horrible when I say it, but that's what security testing is. So you can always have internal people testing the network, but good security practices also require an external person. So I would even propose that we alternate years. 1 year the district do it, 1 year an outside person does it, and it just rotates back and forth. But either way, none of it should be performed by RSM because we have other areas that we never get around to do. We always have a list of 10, but we can only do 3. We only do 10, we do 3, and it doesn't go away. So I think IT security, it needs to be its own line item, and we need to rotate internal and external person that specializes in that.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just want to talk about the IT portion of this. So we're using RSM just to do oversight of the things that we're bringing in from the outside. So we're going to have an outside vendor that does the penetration testing, social engineering testing, and some of the other things that we're doing. I want oversight of those processes. So they're not going to be doing any work other than making sure that the vendors that we hire are doing what we've asked. So that's the oversight I've asked for, which is why that amount is only $15,000.
I'm confused. I'm actually, so this is an audit of vendors to make sure they're doing what you asked? Or I'm confused.
I want them to provide oversight in conjunction with myself and my teams, my security teams, to make sure that we're getting the best product for what we've asked for from those 3 separate items that we've done in the past, that we've had them do in the past, which they're not going to be doing this time. So we're getting an external penetration test vendor. I've asked RSM just to make sure that we are running that process correctly. So it's another added layer of comfort for our teams and myself.
Mr. Castillo?
Thank you. My second point was already made by Mr. Thorne. Thank you for clarifying that we are, in fact, we do have a line item for IT.
We do.
Under his seat. The second point that feel like we make every time we see the RSM contract is that RSM did not come up with this list of top 3 items. The citizens that we as a board designated as our proxies to be in these meetings and have these conversations with the experts in the room are the ones who came up with this list. So certainly, of course, we can reject the list if we want to, but RSM did not submit this as their top priorities. It was the audit committee who submitted this as their top priority. Incidentally, I do have a question about the minutes of that meeting. Are those meetings ever, can those minutes to the board members? Is that something that we can do? Is there a reason we cannot do it?
We don't take minutes in the security.
Can we? And the reason I'm asking is
You can have
because.
them recorded and they would be sealed and not open to the public, where if the board, the superintendent wanted to review.
Yeah, it's more like, I feel like the board members might benefit from like seeing like how the process goes and how we came up, well, not me anymore, that'll be you, how the list is come up with and what are the types of things that the citizens that we designated to be in this committee had, and the reason why they decided to put these as their top priorities, because I feel like we always have this conversation and it always comes back to RSM decided. RSM did not decide this. It was the citizens in the committee that we designated that decided what this list was. That was my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osceola. Mr. Aguayo?
Okay, the audit committee. Okay, I acknowledge this was the audit committee that made this list. The audit committee is people that are appointed by us. Okay, you're correct. RSM did not make this list. RSM is the expert that does the internal auditing. They came out with a list telling us what the high value issues were. We did not select any of those things. That's the problem. That's
Which
my
is
point.
why
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think it's
There's a
important
procedure.
that we
And this is-
have
I'm sorry, there's a
minutes.
procedure here. Thank you. So there's a list that RSM came out. They give you a top 3. They're like, hey, emergency, you need to check A, you need to check B, you need to check C. These are medium problems, D, E, F, and so on and so on. We didn't pick the things that are most critical to the district. What we did was pick the things that wouldn't make us look like we don't know what we're doing. And that was intentional. That has been historically the problem, okay, is that whenever we were having expenditures, whenever I said, why don't we check to see what the vendors were doing? That's something that RSM would be doing, like Mr. Thorne was just mentioning, right? They should be checking to make sure that people are complying with the contracts that we have. They said no. No, instead, I want you to go out and go count daisies in the parking lot. Okay, well, why are we paying $150,000 of the taxpayers' money to go count daisies in the parking lot, when what they should be doing is reviewing the process that we have to make sure that we are doing the right thing? That's the job of the internal auditor, okay? That's not what this is. That's not either of these things. A whistleblower hotline, that's not RSM's task. That's not an internal audit, okay? Physical site assessment, that's not a job. They are not physical, it's not a security company that's doing this. And IT risk monitoring, Mr. Thorne, I understand what you're saying. You want them to do the oversight, but sir, that's not their job, right? Their job is not to make sure, that's your job to make sure that the vendor is doing it. It's their job to come back behind us and make sure that we did it in the fair and correct process. And that's our job as a school board member, is to ensure that these people who vote for us and these people that pay our salaries, that they're getting represented. And we don't use our internal auditor as an appropriate internal auditor. We use them because we have to check the box, and then we have them do nothing but busy work. That's not what their task is. I think that you need to better understand the process. But again, this is not RSM's list. That's right. If RSM, the expert, was allowed to tell us what we should be doing, we wouldn't be doing these 3 things. We'd be doing 3 other things instead. And those are the 3 things that I'm saying that we probably should be doing.
Okay, so I'm going to submit to the board that, and Mr. Kroppenbacher, let me know if there's a reason we cannot do this. The minutes for the audit committee from now on should be recorded and should be handed to board members in preparation for this meeting, so that they understand how this conversation happened. Because as a person who's been sitting in that committee for 2 years, I can assure you that RSM does not tell the committee how to vote. There's a discussion, a lengthy discussion that we go through that takes several rounds in order for us to come up with the list. And I think that it's important for board members to understand that process. And then if you want to reject it, fine, do that. That's your prerogative. But it's important for you to not disrespect the audit committee members that we put in place, who are the ones making this decision. So is there a reason why we can't record the board minutes or the minutes and submit it to the board?
No, and they need to be confidential. They can be noted confidential, and the board would keep them confidential.
to follow up.
Madam Chair, if I may, I started the Audit Outside Committee and oversaw it for the Orange County School Board. I think one of the inherent issues the board needs to talk about in the workshop is what qualifies somebody to be a member of the Outside Audit Advisory Committee. We limited it to people that had extensive, the former head of Darden's audit, the head of in Maitland is the American Association of Auditors. They were all people that extensively understood audit. So that the dialogue with the outside auditors and the state auditors, everybody was capable of challenging and thinking. I think you want to go back and have a workshop on audit and decide are your guidelines for the committee what really, that they're doing the best job they can, but I question whether or not you've got the level of audit expertise that you could have.
Thank you. Mr. Melendez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of agree with what Terry's going, or Ms. Castillo, I'm sorry. But even more formalized, because technically speaking, the audit committee's making a recommendation. That needs to be formalized. It needs to say why, not just, okay, here are the minutes of it, but like, hey, here's the reason why we chose these 3 things. It's important to us because of X, Y, Z. And why did they, because if RSM came up with a list of 10 different things or areas of audit, right, or areas to look at, there should be like a score sheet and saying, okay, we recommend to the board, okay, item number 7 wasn't that important or could wait till 3 years. You know what I mean? So that way we can get an idea of what they're saying, because when I see this, I just see 3, I don't see like why, the justification for it. So I don't necessarily need to see the minutes of everything that was said, but just some kind of summary sheet of what was scored and why they ranked it the way they did. Because I do want to value their opinion, and I want to respect the time that they put and the effort into it. But it's not presented on this agenda. It just says these are the top 3 and that's it. And then when I look at physical site security, I'm like, why? Did something happen? Maybe your board meeting said something. There was a breach, somebody jumped the fence or something like that, and we have no security in our safety procedures. I don't know, but it doesn't say that here. You know what I mean? So I do think that, whenever you have your audit committee meetings, that whenever there's a recommendation made, to the board to take a decision on, they justify that and say why they believe they do, or what happened.
Thank you. Do I have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve the amendment for RSM.
Do I have a second?
I don't know how I do this. I want to motion it, but I want to strike item number 1. I want to approve item number 2 and item number 3.
I have a motion and a second on the floor. Motion by Ms. Castillo,
sorry.
second by Ms. Booth.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who made the motion.
I made the motion.
Thank you.
And Ms. Booth seconded it.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Next item is 11.01. Ms. Booth?
Yes, I just want to ask staff or Mr. Krummerbacher to please put in the record that this company is following with the state law with curriculum and instruction for our schools. It's item 1101. 1101.
Go ahead. Mr. Thorne, can you go ahead and clarify?
It's been represented to me they are in compliance with state law.
Hello. So Encyclopedia Britannica is used as a tool. So it's not literary in any way. It's unbiased. It's a tool for reference that's used by our students because that's part of what they need to learn as part of their instruction is how to use these sources, how to cite things, and so on. So it's merely a tool. It's not used for instructional purposes in any way. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
That's splitting the hair.
Yeah, I know.
It's part of the instructional process.
Yeah.
The states. I would recommend that, one, you approve it subject to you're confirming with DOE. They don't have any objection to it. I haven't read through I'm told that it complies with the law, but I haven't read the Encyclopedia Britannica vis-a-vis the statutes. But it will be, I think any lawyer could prove it's part of the instructional program.
That's a reference book. It's not.
Thank you. If the,
Mr. Melendez,
sorry.
do you want to talk to that point first? Mr. Melendez. Sorry, Mr. Arguello, I'm sorry.
It was, if you read the contract, you'd see that this company has to comply with the state statute. It's in all of our contracts. When you were being silent on all parental rights issues, I fought that battle to make sure that it was in there, so I am speaking to it. She made a specific point. I'm speaking exactly to her point. She's talking about them being compliant with the law. Yes, there was a gigantic, you're about 2 years too late, but there was a gigantic battle on this issue, and you were silent during that time. So,
Not to the board member.
this item, there was a gigantic battle in referencing what School Board Member Booth mentioned. That issue is, if she had read the contract, you would see that it's already taken care of.
We obligate everybody in our contracts to comply with Florida law. That does not mean we know they're complying.
But if they don't, then we can end the
From that,
contract.
so I'm just saying, I would approve it, but for an extra level or Band-Aid, just call Tallahassee and say, guys, you're okay with the Encyclopedia Britannica? It's really you to make the call.
Motion approved, 1101.
Second. Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Ms. Castillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? The next item is on our regular agenda, 14.01. Mr. Arguello.
Yeah, so the OHS wrestling team is on their way to Pennsylvania for a tournament. Good luck and God bless, guys. Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Arguello, second by Mr. Melendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. 14.02, Mr. Arguello.
So this is an issue of concern. If someone actually cared about parental rights or anything like that, this would be a good question. We are sending an employee right now to an event at the SLJ. The SLJ, by all measure, if you just go to their website, there's nothing that would be considered compliant with Florida state statute in this. I guess if you were running for office, but you don't really look at the contracts before you, then you would miss this one. So the SLJ essentially has all kinds of things that would be absolutely outside. There's no reason for us to spend a dime, which I know that we're not paying to send her, but we still are paying for an employee to go and attend something that they would not be allowed to bring back to our state. Literally everything, if you go through, and I'm sure everyone who's paying attention knows that we've already broken away from the ALA for the same reason. The SLJ might be coming next pretty soon.
Mr. Thorne?
Yes, so this employee was invited to be a speaker at this conference. There are multiple items that they're discussing at this conference that she can bring back to our district, including AI, reading strategies, things of that nature that we would use in our district. So it's a very appropriate conference for this employee to attend.
And Mr. Thorne, you will be reviewing the agenda, to ensure that
Yes, sir.
this employee doesn't attend any sessions that would otherwise
Correct.
not comply with Florida law.
Similar to other conferences that have been attended
Yes.
in the past.
Correct.
Mr. Arguello?
No, I'll withdraw my comment, that's fine.
Motion to approve item 14.02.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. 17.06.
Oh, since we're on the regular
Oh, I'm
agenda.
sorry.
Yeah.
Motion approved, 1501.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Ms. Castillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 16.03.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Castillo, second by Mr. Melendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
I withdraw my 1706. We can go to the second.
No, I got
No, we have
1703.
something
Oh,
on.
you do? Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, sorry.
Try to avoid it.
17.03, Mr. Arguello.
Yeah, so this is an added,
No, we have to do 1701 now. Now we're going to do every
Yeah,
single one.
we have to do it individually. Motion to approve 1701.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Castillo, second by Mr. Melendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. 17.02.
Second. Second.
Motion by Ms. Castillo, second by Mr. Melendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
17.03, Mr. Aguayo.
Yeah, so this was someone's pet project that they built so that they can put their big face on a sign on the football field. It's another added expense. Now we're adding 12. So here's the thing. There was a football field. There's a football field in St. Cloud. This football field was not required to be changed. It was not underwater. It was not a field that was in nearly as bad of shape as many of our other fields. But more importantly, I'm gonna read a list of things that could have been done with the $1 million or the nearly $2 million that was spent on a football field so that somebody could have their picture put on the scoreboard. So I had parents reach out to me. I put out a question and I said, hey, instead of spending nearly $2 million on a football field that doesn't need to be changed so that you can put your picture up on the scoreboard, which did happen, by the way, a politician had the nerve to put their face on a scoreboard on one of our school football fields, which is absolutely detestable. But anyways, so I had many parents that responded, and here's some of the things that could have been done with that $2 million. At various schools, new repaired track, new bleachers that don't need to be rented yearly, maintenance on field, scanning ID system for students, more security personnel, additional support staff, more lunch staff, standing to reduce standing wait lines, better quality lunches. That would be great. I get that complaint from parents all the time. Molding, missing ceiling tiles, vent cleaning, AC maintenance, leak repairs, ground cleanup, proper landscape maintenance with attention to edges, trash, weeds, landscape, damaged fencing, buildings properly pressure washed, windows clean, interior and exterior painted, new signage, additional signage, drop-off, pickup assistance, crossing guards, traffic control, monitor student recklessness within lots, more monitors, repair bathroom sinks and dispensers, stalls, doors, locks, which in many cases are in disrepair, equipment and supplies for culinary departments, supplies for art clubs, yearly clubs, special events, risers, choral, band, drum, major podium, athletic equipment, dissection supplies, and kits for our science department, transportation to competitions, field trips, because how many parents have to kick in more money so that their kid can do something, right? Competition entrance fees, additional community outreach staff, obtain further funding through business partners, sponsorships of departments, clubs, extracurricular, repairing 2 buildings that flood during storms, buildings to replace need for portables, increased technical programs, additional tutors, late buses, tutoring or club team involvement, implementation of shadow program for students to become motivated in the field, new technology. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I got about 10% of the way there. So instead of doing all these things which parents and teachers have requested, what we did was we created built a brand new football field so that a politician can put his face on the school board and without any permission from anyone had his picture installed on the scoreboard of one of our football stadiums. A former school board member nonetheless, okay? It is detestable. There's nothing more sickening than people that take advantage of the community when the community has no way of fighting back.
Thank you. Do you have a motion?
I do not have a motion.
Is there a motion on this item? I motion to approve 17.03. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. 17.04.
Motion approved.
Second?
Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Ms. Castillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 17.05.
Motion approved.
Second?
Second. Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Ms. Castillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 17.06. Mr. Melendez, do you want to talk on this?
Yes, I'm going to motion to approve. I just want to say it's exciting to look at OXA finally getting its renovation project. We've been talking about it for a long time. They've been trying to get an easement to get in the back and just, wow. Even at the workshop today, we even got to decorate the front of it. You know, I mean, you get to look at it and say, you know, with the architect, you know, Because I know OXA, the arts are important to us. I know the school district of Osceola County, we value that as much as possible. Even when the doctor today was getting his award, I felt compelled to give him a standing ovation because it's not just about reading and writing. The arts and the whole student is very important. And so I'm just excited to see OXA move forward, that we do have diversity in construction. I know St. Cloud got redone back in the day, OXA got redone, Gateway's getting redone. This district is looking at the four corners and making sure that we are having equity in what we build and making sure that no school gets left behind. And so I'm proud to support this motion.
I have a motion by Mr. Melendez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Castillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. 17.05. Oh, sorry, 17.07.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Booth, second by Mr. Melendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
17.08.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Castillo, second by Mr. Melendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
17.09.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Booth, second by Mr. Melendez. All those in favor?
Aye.
17.10. Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Ms. Castillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
18.01. Mr. Arguello.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's, aside from hiring a lobbyist to represent your school district who had been involved with the illegal sex trade, which this district actually had the nerve to do, this would be the next worst thing that this district could do. This effort, this OLE organization, is basically an extension of a lobbying firm which has not produced a single thing since I've been on the board. In fact, I haven't received anything from them. I've never received like, hey, we accomplished this or that. They could not even arrange a meeting between municipalities when this district was asking to increase its percentage of the sales tax that was just passed. So the whole reason that we had a tax pass upon the citizens of Osceola County was because it was the schools attached to it, right? It's the only reason that people will increase their taxes. Now, we asked, let's have the conversation on this split. And this organization itself could not even arrange a meeting for anyone with the district, right, for school board members to meet with their counterparts on the county commission. I don't think that there's anyone that can point to anything that Olay has accomplished for this school district. It's $120,000 to people who use that money to fund campaigns and to get involved in advocacy for different purposes than what they're selling the citizens of this county. And I would highly recommend voting against this.
Mr. Melendez.
Thank you. I just have some concerns. Well, let me highlight the benefits first, because I do see the value, because I've gone with Olay to Tallahassee, and it is a benefit to see the city of St. Cloud, Kissimmee, the county, and the school district unified on one sheet of paper addressing our concerns. The one concern I had was, I don't think the superintendent came with us last time, or Dr. Pace was there for a little bit, was we got to a round table and we basically spoke to our delegation, maybe one or two guests, but then after we broke up, the lobbyists kind of went with Fisher from the county and they walked the halls, and it looked like, they were getting the bulk of the benefit while we were getting a redress. I just want to make sure that we're getting advocated for. And to Mr. Arguello's point, on item 3L, they're supposed to deliver a written report within 60 days of conclusion of the legislative session, how they did. So I'm still in favor of Olay. I do like the fact that we can work together, play nice in the sandbox. But that's a great point, though. We never got a results report from how did they do, because they're always good at listening to us, but I just feel like we're not getting the follow-through. And if we're gonna pay money for somebody to deliver results, I wanna see more follow-through, not just feel good that, hey, we're working together and seeing kumbaya. At the end of the day, I wanna see basically getting results. And I wanna see that be executed at the next legislative session, the report given to us.
Thank you, Ms. Melendez. Mr. Arguello.
So here's a problem that the district has had since I've been here. We give contracts to people, in many cases, contracts that a business would never enter, because it's completely unfair for the district, right? But there's no one holding the district accountable when they do that. So this is an organization which we've been paying for lobbying services, which has never complied with their contract. Now, what we're saying is we're gonna give them a chance to comply with the contract after failing to do so for at least the last 3 years. So whenever you do that, it's a slap in the face to every citizen here by each one of you when we approve this thing. Because you would never give someone the same chance that we give over and over again, because these are personal favors. And make no mistake, these are very close relationships that lead to getting contracts like this, okay? Because certainly, how many of our teachers would get a contract for $120,000 that they don't have to show any results for and that they don't have to comply with? And then come back to the board and say, you know what, instead of a 1-year contract, I want a 2-year contract for the same amount of money. No one would ever negotiate that for themselves. Why is it that this board negotiates that kind of deal for the citizens of Osceola County on a consistent basis? The one thing that every citizen in Osceola County should know after tonight is that whenever this group of people get together and vote on your behalf, you lose. That's the moral of this story. These contracts aren't meant to protect you. There's no oversight. They are simply passing out cash because we can, because we're so loaded with money that never gets to the classroom that we have to find somewhere to put it.
Madam Chair, can I point out one thing, because I think it's important. In this contract, in paragraph 3L, it requires a written report within 60 days of the conclusion of the state legislative session on the outcome. So if you approve this tonight, you're due a report within 60 days, and we ought to calendar the end of the session that we get the report.
Yeah. And it says I've requested a presentation too, so not just get the report, have somebody from Malay come here and give us the results.
Do I have a motion on this item?
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Melendez, second from Ms. Castillo. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. We are now to public comment, 19.01. Oh, we need to recess briefly. We'll be back in 5 minutes. second session. Comment will begin now. As a reminder, the comments are limited to 3 minutes. When you come up, please state your name and your address prior to speaking. Unless you are a student, then just state your name, please. First name only. First up, Chris Fontenot.
Good evening again. My name is Chris Fontenot, and I just want to say that I'm very disappointed in one of the school board members tonight for failing to deliver on their campaign promises made to the citizens of Osceola County. I would like to respond to the comments made about a school board member's past arrest record and being unable to support him as a chairman of the school board as a result of it. As a mother of girls, a domestic violence survivor, and a domestic violence advocate for over 5 years with law enforcement in my home state, I take domestic violence very seriously, and I would never support a violent abuser in any capacity, especially a position as important as the role of chairman for the Osceola County School Board. As a Christian, I believe in forgiveness, redemption, and being born again. When one turns away from sin and repents, they are forgiven. Our past does not define us, and it's very admirable when one rises from their past to make the community better by serving the public and advocating for children. That said, for some on this board, the line has been drawn and the strong position of not supporting individuals with an arrest record has been publicly noted. It begs the question, however, as to why those who don't believe in redemption would align with a violent ex-felon who is convicted for illegally transporting multiple firearms that include an AR-15, grand theft, and check forgery, and support them being around children in this school district. Many will also be waiting for public statements that denounce any support or alignment with President Trump. Osceola County residents are sick and tired of the double standards, deception, and failures of our elected officials to take accountability for their actions. Elections have consequences, and the voters of Osceola County are waking up to this reality. I have quietly observed these meetings for the past several months, but that silence ends tonight. Thank you for helping me to see that there are a lot more issues that we need to dig deeper into and shine the light on. Thank you.
Emmanuel Aramis.
Hello, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well today. It's been a really long meeting, but it's, hey, listen, the kids need it, right? All right. Hi, my name is Emmanuel Ramos. I'm here with a nonpartisan nonprofit organization called Turning Point USA. Turning Point USA is an organization that engages, educates, and encourages students to become local leaders in their high schools to one day become local leaders in their community. We promote the ideas of freedom, the ideas of liberty. We love the Constitution, we love America, and we love capitalism. We teach students the importance of entrepreneurship and how to become self-sustaining, contributing members to learn and talk about liberty in their local communities. That's all I had to say, and we're here. If anyone would like to talk, I'm here. Thank you.
Amy Cassidy Marcel.
I was looking for my counter. Thank you. I'm here to speak about the cell phone policy on behalf of my 180 students that I represent and my marketing classes at Poinciana High School. Also, I have to say that I am extremely disappointed with what I've seen today at this board meeting. It's disheartening to see such disconnection from what reality is, and I have to agree with one particular board member. So I'm going to hit my points because I'm running out of time. School board operation G, I'm quoting right off of the egress HB 379 legislature that was passed to provide an internet safety for our students, as well as providing their cell phones, or allowing them to use their cell phones or not allowing them to use their cell phones. I have touched on a couple things that I would like the board to think about. As a teacher, I have conducted a thing for my students to do, a project for them to do, which their one-to-one device did not work for them because they were restricted for so many basic sites that it's ridiculous. So I allowed them to use their cell phones. Now, I understand that the cell phones are, it just makes me mad. The cell phones are a big topic, but the cell phones were supposed to only be restricted for instructional time, not to be taken away from the students at their lunchtime. That is their time to use their phones and be in contact with their family or otherwise. Now, that being said, I am not only a teacher, I have a daughter that goes to our schools as well, and she has to take an Uber home from school every day. She needs to be in contact with me because she's getting in a car with somebody she does not know. So that being said, if the school thinks it takes it upon themselves to take the daughter's phone away from her while she's trying to order an Uber to get home, I have issues with that. I need to know that she's safe. I need to know that she's okay. And I can't do that if somebody at a school is taking her phone away from her on her lunch hour or lunchtime. That makes me completely upset. Designation for instructional time is one thing, but taking it away from our students at their lunch hour is another thing. That should not be done. I understand that. We have a lot of issues that need to be addressed with our cell phone policy and the restrictions thereof. I hear that we're doing that, but it still needs to be addressed. I know I'm running out of time, so. You know, it does make me very mad as a teacher that I'm restricted so much, even on Google sites, that I can't get my students to do a project with. So that's all I have to say.
Kevin Parker. Kevin Parker.
Good evening, everyone. First, I wanted to congratulate Ms. Cahoon and Ms. Castillo for their appointments tonight. I look forward to seeing what you all will be doing in this upcoming year. The second thing that I want to bring up is something that's really bothered me. I have watched a lot of these meetings, and I see the same thing, and it brings me embarrassment to know that our meetings are being live streamed, and we have board members that are up here berating each other, constantly talking down to each other. It has to stop. It's an embarrassment to me. It's embarrassment to our teachers, our staff members, and everyone else in Osceola County. So please, do better. If you have grievances, work them out before you come out here and get on a live stream. That's just one thing that's easy to do. The last thing I want to bring up is that several counties in Florida have released an LGBTQ guide. This is something we don't have. I think we need to have it. The purpose of this guide is a written guide to ensure that individual school administrators and staff are providing safe and inclusive spaces for all students, including LGBTQ students and their families, as well as LGBTQ staff members. The LGBTQ guide provides guidance to parents, teachers, and staff about what is and isn't appropriate in the classroom under the new laws and policies. It also helps to protect LGBTQ teachers and makes it clear to staff the ways that they can best support LGBTQ students and their families so that they are treated fairly. As we approach the beginning of the next semester, I'm asking you to create an LGBTQ guide to support our teachers and to ensure that every student is protected and every family is respected. Thanks.
Renee Clark.
Renee Clark, 1345 Shake Rag Road, Kissimmee, Florida. Good evening, everyone. I am here on behalf of our president, Imran Mohammed. He and a lot of the folks are in California at the NAR convention. So they asked me to come tonight to talk to you briefly about the impact fees for studio apartments. So I do have a letter here, if you don't mind if I read it. The Osceola County Association of Realtors would like to extend our heartfelt appreciation for the commendable work you do in nurturing the education landscape of our community. We would like to bring to your attention the important matter regarding the impact fee assessment criteria. Specifically, we propose inclusion of a distinct category for studio apartments at a reasonable fee based on your 2 previous studies, emphasizing that these units have historically demonstrated a minimal impact on our local school enrollments. Studio apartments by nature cater to a demographic that typically consists of single individuals or couples without children. This demographic tends to have a lower likelihood of generating additional students for the school district. However, therefore, we believe that recognizing this unique characteristic through a dedicated category and impact fees would reflect a fair and balanced approach toward various housing options with our community. Moreover, it is imperative to acknowledge the pivotal role of the real estate market and it plays in driving the local economy. A diverse housing market not only attracts a wider array of residents, but also stimulates economic growth through increased property values, business development, and job opportunities. By facilitating the availability of studio apartments, we contribute a vibrant and dynamic community that benefits all stakeholders, including the school district. As a member of this community, we recognize the value of collaboration and cooperation. We are committed to being responsible and proactive partners in ensuring the continued success and prosperity of Osceola County. This proposal aligns with our collective desire to promote sustainable growth, balance the need for all residents, and maintain the high standard of living that defines our community. We are more than willing to collaborate further and provide any additional information or resources that may be required to facilitate this adjustment. Together, we can forge a path that harmonizes the interest of the real estate market and the invaluable mission of the school district. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we eagerly await the opportunity to engage in a constructive dialogue on this matter. Thank you.
Janet Moody.
Good evening. I am Janet Moody, President of the Osceola County Education Association, and I represent the teachers and the ESPs in the district. And I would like to echo something that Dr. Shano said tonight. The students are the best part of our district, without any doubt. Here and up there, that our children can go back and see how we speak to each other, and that we will reflect for a couple of months, because I have been so exhausted that I'm trying to prioritize my health and rest in the evening. So I took the school board meetings off, but I see I need to return to coming back. But it's because I've been so busy. I've been in schools 4 and 5 days a week, talking to the teachers and the ESPs and the staff, and just conversing. And I can tell you that I see all the great things in this district. But because of my unique position, I also get to hear all of the frustration that we have coming from our teachers, our ESP, and our other staff also. And so I try to work diligently with all of the people in the district to try to solve some of these problems so that it's not necessary to come to you guys to ask for help. But I will tell you that we have a couple of issues. In May of this year, you approved Tech 1 positions for our techs at our school sites. And to date, you approved Tech 2 positions for the Tech 1s to apply for so that they could essentially be promoted. To date, none of those Tech 2 positions have been posted, and not one single employee has been given the opportunity to apply for those. I was told it was because they do not have allocation funding for those positions. But those positions are actually not needing true allocations, because if you promote someone up, just like you did with Mr. Boyd last board meeting, you don't need an allocation for the other positions. So I think it's unfair that these individuals have not been given the opportunity to get the next position that would be a career move for them. The other thing is, we just celebrated Veterans Day. And I found out from our ROTC instructors that not a single ROT instructor in this district says that they have received the 5% raise that everyone else in the district got. I don't know what that is, but I think it has something to do with the fact that they're paid from two separate funds, one from the government and one from here, but they are reporting to me that they did not get that 5% raise, and that hurts my heart, and I want someone to help get answers for that. And I'll end on a positive note. Mr. Shanoff, I love JB. He came to our district, to our school at Narcoossee right before I left. And to this day, I don't see that man anywhere, not just at the school, that he doesn't stop to say, how are you doing and how's your husband? So with that, I will say goodnight to all of you. Oh, but if I have any time, I want to ask, can we move public comments back where they used to be?
Laura McAdams.
Good evening again, Board. Laura McAdams. You know my address. We already have it from earlier. There were a few people here earlier this evening speaking about the LGBTQ issues, and I respect their rights to do so. But however, it is important that the Board adheres to the law, not just to the letter, but also the spirit. So it is important to acknowledge that much of what has and will be said tonight is pure disinformation, and since starting my fight for parental rights and the safety of our children and students 3 years ago, I have not heard one parental rights advocate speaking about buying pornographic materials for our students. Parental rights and educational issues is what led the super majorities in both the Florida House and the Senate. So not one should kid themselves. Parental rights is here to stay, and the vast majority of families and parents don't want the obscenities in our schools. We have fought hard to win back our school districts, and that fight will continue, and we will not give them back to those who only seek to bring negative influence to our children's lives. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. My name is Diana Graniella, 1208 La Fortuna Boulevard, Kissimmee, Florida, 34744. As a mother and member of the community, I just wanted to touch on a topic of safety and security. When bullying is not addressed and preventative measures are not in place, it escalates to a level of violence and ultimately affects those that we're meant to protect. There was a young boy brutally attacked on his way to school, after school, and when nobody's held accountable for these actions, again, they escalate. So I'm just asking for more proactive measures in place to protect our students, and as well as reminding parents that the power of our collective voices shape the future for our children, and advocacy is not a solitary endeavor. We each contribute to the call for transformation, and we ultimately shape the future, all of us, for the children and the safety of our children. So thank you. Just want to make that comment.
Has now ended. We are on item 20.01, and John, if you would hold this.
The attorney.
Members of the board, under item 20.01 is the approval of the employment agreement with Sarah Cord. I'll answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Aguayo?
Yeah, so I appreciate the red line. It helped to isolate some of these issues that I had previously. Here are the two that I have, the two remaining issues that would not allow me to vote for this contract. Number one, and the easier of these, I imagine, which is paying the Florida bar for the attorney. Frank, do we pay your bar fees?
No.
And is that common practice?
It is if you're inside.
So if you're
in-house counsel, it's generally done. If you're outside, I would never ask a client to pay my bar dues.
Yeah, and I think even that's kind of a newer process, right? I mean, in government, if you work in-house in the government, I guess maybe you do now. Normally you pay your bar fees, but that's one thing. I could get over it, but the thing that I cannot get over is the supermajority voting. I cannot vote for a contract that requests 4-1 to remove someone from their position. You're basically circumventing the citizens' rights. They hire you for that purpose. If there's 3 people, if there's 3 districts that overwhelmingly want to fire someone, then those elected officials have the duty and the responsibility to act with that, to act in accordance with that. And 4-1 is just not reasonable. It's unfair. You're basically removing elected officials from the process, and you're allowing someone to, a bureaucracy to be in control over itself.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez.
Yeah, I actually took the time to write a whole list of things, and they kind of went back and forth. But one of them that I did speak with the superintendent with to confirm, and I just want to make sure, the red line kind of went back and forth, I know it was the latest iteration, that annual leave for senior management is on a scale from like the first, 5 years, it accrues at 1 day, and 5 years to 10 years, it goes to like another number, and it maxes out at 1.5. And so, I didn't like the attorney being on a different level of every other employee that's here, other than the superintendent, but every other assistant superintendent, the chief financial officer, everyone accrues leave at a certain rate. And so I just wanted, amongst other things, but that's just one item, I wanted to see if she was amendable to having the same annual leave accrual rate as everybody else. That's at the senior level management position. So that was one. The other item too is the whole supermajority. Matter of fact, I would even question the legality of it too, because if this motion passes on a 3-2, technically it's approval, but can a 3-2 vote create a 4-1 restriction? Because under state statute, there's very specific items listed for when a supermajority is required. Like when we want to increase taxes, or we want to do certain things, put something on the agenda, to, not on the agenda, on the ballot to get voted on. It's very specific to state statute of when a 4-1 vote is required. Every other authorization for a school board is a majority. So for the board to impose a silencing clause on one of the board members' statutory authority, that I think it would require a 4-1 vote to approve. But that's for depending on how we go. The other item too is when we posted the position for pay, we said, 180 to 210, I believe was the range. So she wanted to go with the higher range. God bless her, no one's allowed to negotiate. But then the issue is then that the base salary is increasing every year based on instructional personnel raises. So if Janet Moody and her crew fight like heck and say, hey, we're gonna get 3% raises, then we have to give her a 3% raise automatically. And to me, I'm opposed to automatic raises tied to instructional personnel performance. I would rather it be a bonus. Sit there and say, you have an evaluation instrument at the end of the year, which is already in the contract. And if you get, now you want to talk supermajority, that's a supermajority. You get an excellent rating from a supermajority of the board members, then you qualify for a bonus equivalent to what we gave the teachers that year. So, but to it be automatically, because because we have an evaluation instrument there, what if they don't do well? But our teachers are doing great. I want to give my teachers extra money. You automatically get the bonus, so to me, I don't think that's a good use of taxpayer dollars. And it's also just not good policy. You want people to perform well, and and if you meet the goals, and that was my other issue with the superintendent bonus of the prior contract, not to go too far back, but we had it where if you were just satisfactory, you would get a bonus. I want it where you're excellent, and so we haven't even created the instrument yet, but I would like to say that, or if we can't come up with it now, we can always amend the contract later, but I would like to just strike that increase in salary altogether and then come up with something that's more logical and more sensible from a taxpayer perspective. And then the last item, so I'm not against the base salary, I'm just against the automatic base salary increases tied to instructional increases and raises. The other item that I had written down that I just really don't like the way it's written, this is supposed to be an employment contract with the attorney and the school board. It keeps saying something that doesn't exist. Corrine and her staff and her designee. And it's almost like this is a contract for her to increase staff. That's not what we voted on. Because if you're gonna keep increasing staff, man, I hate being on the same side as Mr. Arroyo sometimes. But the reality is, we had that debate. The debate was, do we wanna have in-house staff or out-house? If we're gonna keep hiring a whole bunch of people again and again, might as well just go out-house. Because you hire a firm on a retainer, they have multiple attorneys accessible to you to do what you gotta do. So that's the whole purpose. So we're kind of defeating ourselves by creating a contract that says, okay, we decided to go in-house instead of out-house, but yet we want to hire everybody in the world. So what's the purpose of having an in-house attorney then? So I want to have it where it says it's her job, period. Get the job done. And then the other thing that I had in there too was I put in there as a suggestion that the attorney has to give an annual accounting of that every year. You know, one time I asked for Ms. Graber to provide that. How much money are we spending in legal services every year, and what are we subbing out every year? So, because that's another consideration, because if we do an annual accounting, and all of a sudden, you know, the general counsel's not taking on any cases and just subbing everything out, then that means that they're not performing well. And so we can tie that evaluation to that. So we have to have some kind of language where you give, or the attorney gives the board an annual report on what outside counsel is being used, how much money they're spending, and what they're performing. Like, what are they doing? You know what I mean? Like, you know, what cases did the general counsel took on, which was sold to us in the beginning while we needed in-house counsel. So I guess I said three things, but at least can somebody address them one by one? At least the annual leave, the supermajority vote requirement, and the base salary being tied to a bonus as opposed to automatic increases for instructional personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez. Ms. Castillo? I took my light off, but I was gonna just address the super majority. It's without cause versus with cause. With cause, it is a 3-1. I'm just making sure that we, as a board and for the public, understand the distinction, not to dissuade your comment or anything. I just want to make sure that the public understands that there are two different majority conversations. One to terminate the attorney without cause, which is what you, I believe you're speaking on, and one with cause, which is just a simple majority. That's all I have.
Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, the problem is that with cause or without cause is a legal issue. It's not is there cause to fire you? Whenever you fire an attorney, or whenever you were to fire somebody in this position, there would be cause. It could be something legal that they did wrong that causes their immediate firing, for example, or it could be the fact that they're ineffective. But on paper, they haven't reached the legal definition of cause. Therefore, having that definition there, you're creating a situation where you have a high bar to get rid of someone. That does not serve the citizens of Osceola County. The citizens of Osceola County elect you so that you can make the changes that you need to. Now, like in the Army, they have this saying, right? You can't give away responsibility to something else. No matter what, the responsibility is yours. You can't delegate responsibility. So that's what we're doing. As elected officials, your job is to fire an attorney for a cause if it comes to that. To say, okay, now we're gonna have supermajority, what we're doing is we're acknowledging that we don't wanna fire this person, so what we're doing is we're giving away the responsibility and we're gonna put it in a hand of a contract. Well, that's not what your job is. Your job is to sit up here, and if we needed to fire Dr. Shanoff, then we need to take the responsibility of doing that. In the end, our responsibility is to the district. So cause or no cause is a legal issue that no citizen cares about. What they care about is for us doing the right thing for the district, performing our oversight responsibilities, and fulfilling the duties and responsibilities per state statute. And that includes firing the attorney if you have to. And this is the board's attorney. It's not anybody else's attorney. It's not the district attorney. It's not some organization's attorney. It's not the superintendent's attorney. This is the attorney of these board members. So if you have 3 that don't like the performance of the attorney, why would we not be able to fire that person? It makes no sense.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez.
Kind of piggyback on that, because that would be the cause. Nobody just fires anybody without cause. Why would you fire them? It doesn't even sound logical. I mean, you may have your reasons to fire, and state statute allows 3-2 to be a fireable offense on anybody. You know, so for us to create some artificial definition is not good. And, you know, and only that, but I brought up 4 things. You know, sunshine rules prevent me from talking to school board members behind closed doors to negotiate this contract. I brought up 4 points. Can the board please address each one of those so we can either agree or disagree on each one of those items so we can present it to Ms. Plum, please?
Members of the board, I went back to the attorney for Ms. Corrin. As of today, Ms. Corrin's attorney advised me they were amenable if the board wanted to changing the 2 days to the 1.5. The 2 days matched up with what you gave the superintendent. They were not amenable to making other changes. The 4-1 vote, you actually put in the superintendent's contract. There are only 2 employees the board have, the attorney and the superintendent, so that's where they took that from. So all I can report to you is if the board wanted to go to the 1.5, she's amenable to that. The attorney's advised they're not amenable to making other changes.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on this item?
The 1.5 accrual of the days off, is that what you're saying?
No,
The vacation days.
Vacation.
The 2, the superintendent has, she currently gets 2 in Orange County, so they put it in this. She's amenable to changing it to 1.5 if that's what the board wants.
Would you be okay with that, Mr. Melendez?
I'm okay with that, but I'm still against the other parts of the contract, so.
Okay,
But
so
yes, I would.
We're at a crossroads here. This is all she's willing to negotiate, so I'm gonna make a motion to approve the contract with the accrual of the vacation dates from 2 to 1.5 as as she is willing to negotiate. That's all she's willing to negotiate, so we gotta make a choice here.
Thank you.
Okay,
Do we have a
discussion.
second?
There's a motion on the floor.
I second it.
Oh, thank you.
Motion by Ms. Castillo, second by Ms. Cahoon. All those in favor?
Aye.
I mean, no.
Discussion.
I'm sorry, I meant to say discussion, because we do first and second, and you ask discussion.
Mr. Aguayo?
So here's the problem. The superintendent and the board attorney are worlds apart. They are not the same job. To offer imagine if you were allowed to veto your boss firing you. That's ridiculous. Why would we do that to the citizens? The attorney serves us. It doesn't serve the attorney and nor the superintendent. They don't serve the community, right? Their job is not to serve the community. The superintendent serves the board. The attorney serves the board, right? And then we serve you. We work for you. So if you tell us, you know what, that attorney, fire that attorney. Now, what we're doing is surrendering the right to fire that attorney. That's not the same thing. Now, his job, 4-1, okay, because he's always in the crosshairs every single day. The attorney is not. They have a whole different level and a whole different scope of responsibility. To offer everyone a 4-1 would potentially put us in a legal issue, because now we're saying that these employees cannot be fired. Who would hire an employee for a bureaucracy forever? This is not a Supreme Court justice that we're hiring. We're hiring an attorney to serve us. To say that she's going to be under a 4-1 obligation or arrangement with the school district is shameful. You're surrendering your responsibility. Now, some of you don't even deserve that responsibility, but the fact that you're going to surrender it here in public is absolutely crazy.
And the only thing I would mention is this vote goes down 3-2. I want the school board to submit, or the attorney to submit on our behalf, an attorney general opinion as to whether or not that clause is binding. So I'm not nullifying the entire contract,
Well, if
but
we do
nullifying
that,
it for
and
one
first of
form.
all the Attorney General opinion means is that an attorney gave an opinion. It's not binding, number one. But number two, let me make this very clear. You all voted a 4-1 contract for the superintendent.
But
let me finish.
there was a majority.
And none of these arguments were brought up, all right? The board, they're bringing it up now. It's your policy decision. I just want you to understand where they came from when they negotiated, all right?
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor in a second.
Since Mr. Krockenbacher brought up a point, I'd like to address that point.
I'll ask for the opinion. I don't have a
Yes,
problem. with
well,
that.
the thing is, well, we still, even though it's non-binding, it's the Attorney General saying that and giving the official position. The difference between the superintendent contract and the attorney contract, why it's different, number one, it was unanimous, it was 5-0. So the issue that I'm bringing up does not apply, because the five of us, there was a supermajority vote to change a supermajority clause. That is a distinction. Number two, why was I supporting of that rather than the attorney? Because superintendents change all the time. There was 20 superintendents that are up for appointment throughout the year, and we were competing. And so the office of superintendent, to me as a board member, has to have some kind of value. And I had to try to provide some kind of incentive to get them to stay, because there's a high rotation, there's a high turnover rate. Some people didn't even want to apply to be superintendent. When we were first doing the superintendent search, people were concerned and saying, would anyone even want to apply? So I had to provide extra incentives to keep and retain the best top talent, and we got a phenomenal superintendent in Dr. Shanoff. But that's not the case with the attorneys. There is no high, I can't even think of the last attorney that resigned, other than maybe they retired because they were too old.
Right.
But we don't have a vacancy problem with.
I respect that answer. What I don't respect is the argument you're giving away your rights, because that discussion never took place under the superintendent, all right?
Because
I'm just
we had a
saying,
supermajority.
I respect saying the marketplace is such, you don't believe you need to do it.
No, but the legal distinction, which is why we need an attorney general opinion, because the difference is we agreed. But now we have a dissension. We have a 3-2 vote. A 3-2 vote is a simple majority. So a simple majority vote is gonna bind a supermajority clause. To me, that's a technicality. I'm not a lawyer, but that sounds like a legal problem. And so, and if you're not gonna agree with that, then I want an attorney general opinion telling us that that is true. Because to me, that is abridging my right as a school board member. It's not even my job as a school board member, but the people voted for me. The people have legal authority, and they count my vote as so much weight in
I
making
will
decisions
ask
on
for
this
the
policy.
opinion.
So by 3-2, you're limiting my authority as a school board member, which to me is a potential violation of state statute. So the difference is before was we had a supermajority vote. So supermajority vote can change anything, just like the Constitution of the United States can get changed with the supermajority, but they put the bar really high. So if every state agrees to change the Constitution is gonna get changed. But if only 2 states wanna change the Constitution, you're not gonna change it. So here we're saying 2 states can change the entire Constitution, and that's a bar that I believe that is a legal, technical question that I believe has valid answers, and I want the Attorney General or somebody else, if you don't think it's Attorney General, somebody better give an outside opinion that has some kind of respect that says that is legally allowable.
Mr. Aguayo.
Yeah, I think the issue here is that you can't lose a superintendent overnight and then that's gone. That situation puts you in a very bad position. If the attorney, if Frank threw his pen down and walked out of here 2 months ago, we would hire you could hire Hostetler, you could hire 500 law firms, right? And you can, any point in time, if this attorney, maybe not as good.
No, I respect that.
Right, but we can find an attorney tomorrow. We could easily hire an attorney tomorrow that would be potentially better than any attorney that we've ever had.
No.
Right? Okay, not in your case, Frank. But we could hire an attorney tomorrow. And if those attorneys quit, we could hire one the following day. And if that attorney quit, we could hire one the following day. And literally not have a lapse in service. You cannot do that with a superintendent. Right? You have to go through an entire search process that costs tens of thousands of dollars just to perform. This is an attorney. Do you know how many attorneys we have in Florida? We have plenty. Too many. One too many I can think of.
There are a dime a dozen.
So there are a dime a dozen, exactly. So now we're going to give this attorney, we are giving away our right, because now, I mean, one board member is not even going to be here. In just a few weeks, she's going to be gone. So we're making a vote. And we're tying the hands of people who aren't even going to be here. It's totally inappropriate. Hiring a superintendent with a 4-1 is a million miles apart from hiring an attorney. Why don't we give teachers that kind of deal, where they can veto their being fired? You know, I mean, wouldn't everyone love to have a 4-1 vote and keep your contract or keep your job? You don't have 4-1, I'm going to keep my job. Nobody gets that. So why are we passing that bad deal onto the citizens of Osceola? I get it. I know you guys want to, and you'll sign any contract for any reason, whatever. But the citizens of Osceola would never sign this for themselves. So why are we doing that for them? It just makes no sense.
Thank you. I have a motion on the floor. I have a second.
favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion
Madam
passes.
Chairman, I just think I should put on the record, I will make the request if I was a lawyer, if I was Ms. Corin, I'd wait for the Attorney General's answer before agreeing to the contract. I'm just telling you, because she's in a very secure position right now. If the Attorney General came back with a different opinion, she would not know, you're not here, what the board could do at that point, or come up with. So she'd have a contract, right? And then there'd be a legal argument about, yes.
You know, that pesky law thing.
What's the contingency plan if Ms. Horan decides that she is not going to accept our terms? What is the contingency plan for this board to have an attorney? Because unfortunately, that is a very real possibility right now.
No one else has a 401 clause in their attorney contract in the state of Florida. We'd be the first
Mr.
one.
Melendez, it's fine. We've already made a decision as a board. I just need to know, we're talking about how we have to protect ourselves and protect the board. If we don't have an attorney, what's the contingency plan?
Hire one tomorrow.
Sure. How many people actually apply for that job?
You go to a law firm.
The question is, how many people actually apply to sit in front of us to get that job? And you want to talk about the marketplace? That's the marketplace.
Let's not act crazy.
Listen, I'm not up for election, so you're not going to talk to me that way,
Don't
okay?
be crazy.
Call me crazy all you want. Call me crazy all you want, okay?
We can hire an
What is the
attorney
contingency plan? Because the marketplace, as it states, I feel like I still have the floor.
I'll stay.
I still have the floor. Do I not? We want to talk about buttons? I'm interrupted and called crazy.
I give you the answer.
Right. Let's be clear about what the marketplace was. The marketplace was not 40,000 people applying for this job for very specific reasons. We had 2 people apply for that job. So let's talk about the marketplace and be very clear about it.
Mr. Krummenbacher, we have voted
Why would they? Look at how you
3-2.
act.
At this point in time, is there a need to, her contract has been approved with the 3-2 vote.
Right.
What other legalities do we have outside of that?
At this point, I will contact her attorney. I will advise them the contract's been approved 3-2. I've been requested to request an attorney general opinion on the issue of 4-1, and then I'll hear what they say. They'll either go great and sign it, or they'll tell me something else.
And just to let you know, if that is clear, I'm okay with the rest of the provisions, even though I'm not okay with the bonus. You know what I'm saying? But I'm willing to compromise and to make this thing go forward. And just, I want clarity on that 401 provision. Well, other than the 401 provision, I'm okay
Just have to
with.
respect one thing. She may say, I'm in agreement, but I don't want to resign till I get the AG opinion. Because she's got a very secure job after 11 years. And to be in that kind of flux of what could be, you can't ask any person to be in that position. So we may hear that from her lawyer, but that's fine. I'll get with them and I'll give you a report back right away.
Hey, can we see the the draft question you submit to Attorney General before you submit it? Don't hit submit and say, hey, this is what I sent to the Attorney General. Let the board look at it first, approve of it.
And I'm gonna give you all 48 hours to respond, all right? And if you don't respond, it's going.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Next.
Oh, yes. Oh, God, I hate this issue. It seems like impact fees have dogged me my entire career. Mr. Callen is here. Members of the board, let me report this to you. We spent, since the last hearing on Teal that was continued, a significant amount of time with the superintendent, the CFO, Dave Sharmer, and Rhonda Blake, analyzing the issue of, is there something that could be done on the conversion of a hotel motel into a residential unit. I met with Don Fisher and Beth Knight, Rhonda on issues they were receptive to. Great, if you could clean that up this way. Part of what Tommy clearly identified was a lot of these hotels and motels would like to convert because they can't upgrade their places because of all the state restrictions on a motel, hotel, and the cost. So what we did was say, okay, if we were to come up with something in a recommendation from you, how could it be done in a way that did not undermine the very essence of generating kids at where the representation was we were not going to be generating tons of kids. Number one. Two, that it could not be abused by a nefarious party who wanted to somehow say, oh, I can do this and shove 10 people in the thing. That, after a lot of massage and attacks and ripping apart, we came up with a set of recommendations that we'd like your authority to go to the county to talk with them about amending the ordinance. It is my position, we don't have the authority to go talk with them without this board blessing that, right? Additionally, subsequently, we also came up with what we think is an appropriate recommendation on teal, but that would come second. So with that, if I may, Madam Chairman, I'll turn it over to Tom to take you through the whole presentation.
Sarah Graber, myself, and then some sprinkling of Frank from time to time would come in there and do some stuff. But the idea was to look at this and come up what would be done. You know, we talked about the backlot data. Backlot was an apartment complex that was converted hotel. We have 3 years of data from backlots. In 2021, it had the highest student generation rate, which was approximately 0.32 students. Now the multifamily is predicated on 0.354, so it's almost close to multifamily. The first year backlot was open. The second year went to 0.23, and then this past school year is 1.47. So you see the progression. And so we did that. The local data that was presented by them on their alternative study was not projects that were what they call stabilized, more mature projects. Again, we were also, you know, with the requirement that we assume the presumption of most impact to the school system under the county ordinance. That's not something that we can waive. That's in the county ordinance. So with that, we then looked at the backlot data. The other stuff was more incomplete, we felt, wasn't quite mature enough, and it relied upon communities outside the state of Florida. And so this is unique to this county, is that you have these old hotels that are 40, 50 years old from the first round of Disney hotels. And now they have gone through obsolescence. And so someone's buying to renovate them into apartments because they really don't have maybe as much value as a hotel anymore because of limited facilities. make something worthwhile as a studio apartment. And so we then talked about the current rate structure that you have is $12,165, talked about generation rate. And then what we did is we looked at a weighted average. Not an average, direct average direct average would be about 0.21. We did a weighted average, took the last 2 years, the 147, the most recent year, along with the 23 from the year prior. That was 1.88. We think it's more defensible that way, and there's also a direction that's going here on generation. And so 1 year doesn't make an average, but 2 year does. 3 years starts showing you a direction. And so this was a judgment call by the staff and by myself, involved with Tischler Bice, your impact fee coordinators, and saying that this would be an appropriate way to resolve this issue. And in fact, how it affects it is that you apply the 1.88 student generation rate to a studio apartment, you end up with an alternative impact fee of $6,461 versus the $12,165 number. And so that provides, we think that. We decided to define a studio based on 360 square feet or less. That's generally the size of a hotel room of this quality. No more than 2 occupants, no bedroom, and that they don't share any common facilities like a living room or a kitchen. And then if they're more than that, they don't satisfy that, they have to pay the multifamily rate. So this is really specifically for the application that's presented by Teal. It seems to be something that Teal does, and with Hope Partnership as well. So that's the recommendation that we have is that, and the 1 point adoption for that. The definitions we talk about, these are some proposed definitions. I've been in conversations with the county attorney. If you allow us to go proceed forward, he and I will meet next week and get some people with the county, with the school board staff, with the county staff, and get this going on the definitions. There needs to be a definition what conversion means. There's a few gaps in the county code. So we're taking this opportunity to look at some other gaps to fix while we're there, so to speak. And so talk about what conversion means of a commercial use to a new use, and that's not in the county code. The other items we talked about were just some other changes. The payment should be triggered on building permit application or certificate of occupancy. The current code has some kind of terminology issues on that, but the current code has 2 different provisions in there, kind of conflict right now and unattended by the county. You have a current agreement with the county and the cities that they collect impact fees on building permits unless they are affordable housing. Then they can pay the certificate of occupancy. Okay, so we're going to keep that and then clean up that provisions of the code as well. The other item here is on the unintended consequences, and we spent a lot of time on that. We want to make sure we don't create new problems. Do a measured approach, something that is simple, address the issues presented by the applicants, nothing more, make a few changes here or there, don't try to reinvent the wheel. That's kind of the idea, that's the approach we took. Be efficient. The final part is we talked about some other items that you brought up at the meeting about to encourage affordable housing. Affordable housing meaning housing for non-market rents where people pay below market rents. Chapter 420 Florida statutes has definition of different types of people of affordable housing. So one recommendation we have is to include the definitions from Chapter 420 in Florida statutes in part of the impact fee ordinance that deals with the school impact fee. The purpose there would be that to encourage a mix of type of income in projects going forward. That was one approach. But payment deferral is an item we came up with. And we're proposing this, and this is not something to rule on today, just informing you what we do with the county. We authorize this through the county. A payment of 40% at the first certificate of occupancy for affordable housing project, then 20% each year for the next 3 years. Of course, there'd be some type of a provision for securing that payment, recorded mortgage or security agreement, enforcement, payment, those kinds of things. So that way the school board doesn't end up with a promise to pay, but it's not recorded, not securitized. So it'd have to be securitized. Existing mortgage holders would have to join and subordinate to that. I've dealt with that issue in the past as a former city attorney dealing with those kinds of things in municipal finance. The other aspect that we talked about was the set some standards on type of development, tenant mix, give me some ideas, and here's the definitions we're talking about. Also, I've consulted with the Florida Housing Coalition, which is a not-for-profit company in the state of Florida. It provides assistance to government agencies and private corporations to provide affordable housing. And I've been informed by people there that most of these new projects through the state, through the SAIL program, they're not doing 30-year commitments, they're doing 50-year commitments. So we're going to propose a 50-year commitment for affordable housing project here. I don't want to get too much detail there. I get in the weeds real quick about the reasons why 30 and what 50 and all that, but I'll just kind of leave it at that for the time being. The second option was to maybe also, second area to look at was create exemption for to encourage affordable housing that's by bona fide not-for-profit corporations. And one of the people say that, have said this to me, is that one of the problems with Florida about affordable housing is the state has adopted a model to give the money to developers to provide the housing. In many other states, they have not-for-profits provide the housing and own it in perpetuity. And that would be a better, in introducing that mix in Florida, along with what currently is being done, would be something to consider. So in light of where that trend is going in Florida, we wanted to put a provision in here on this for exemption of impact fees if done. But how we did this was this. And we're going to talk with the county about this. It may go nowhere. This may go nowhere. It may go somewhere. I don't know. But what we proposed is that for 5 years, up to 150 units per year could be eligible for an exemption of payment of impact fees if it's owned by a bona fide not-for-profit company in perpetuity to provide affordable housing for below market rent people. That will beg some other questions with the county. How do you supplement that loss of impact fee revenue to the school district? But this is something we're going to discuss. It's not something that will happen necessarily until this board says yes and the county commission says yes. So this is not something, this is staff just trying to think creatively outside the box to provide some vehicles to encourage more affordable housing in Osceola County, which seems to be a request by the county and other people, but still not collect the impact fees that are due for the generation of students. So that's the other part there. Do a similar review process. So that's just kind of going through here a little this. We've circulated some drafts amongst ourselves. They're not anywhere near close to being published. If the county, we will request today board approval for the district staff to meet with the county attorney and others of the county concerning potential changes to Chapter 24, both the general provisions and for the provisions that deal with the educational system impact fee. If the county is willing to examine this, which I think they are, we'll set a review and approval for that by the board as well as by the county commission. So that kind of ends that there. So here's our request. Request the board authorize the superintendent and the district attorney to meet and discuss with the BCC and their staff the changes to the educational system impact fee and the general provisions of Chapter 24 and to report back to the board. So that's the first item we request. That's the, and I would ask the board for approval.
Yes. I'm going to read something and then I'm going to go through my list of things here. This was sent by a citizen, Greg Felak. Everyone on the board is familiar with him. Good morning, board members. Apologies for the late coming email on a topic at tonight's meeting, but hopefully you're able to press this with your team. On these items for tonight's board meeting, there is a strategy buried in the math which doesn't make sense to me and has no explanation. On slide 6 of the presentation and agenda item 20.02 attached, bullet 3 gives actual SGR rates for the past 3 years at backlots 0.32, 0.23, and 0.147. You've addressed this in your comments already, right? Which average out to 232. However, bullet 4 only takes the average of the past 2 years, and without any explanation as to why the third year is mentioned but ignored, the report uses the much lower 1.88 SGR. Again, you've mentioned this in your comments, but number one, I tend to agree. He goes on in his email, the report uses much lower. Okay, application and agenda item 20.03 is the basis for any future similar applications. That is a 23.4% difference. To show the magnitude of impact on the application at hand in item 20.03 from the Teal and Hope, your consultant says using the .188 will yield 64.61 per unit. Using the .232 rate, which seems more appropriate, will yield 79.73 per unit. For every unit built, you're foregoing $1,512 of use by the .188. To put in real terms, at an average starting salary of $50,000 per teacher, 33 units at $1,512 buys you another teacher. So every 33 units built under the .188 SGR, our kids are missing out on one additional teacher that it appears we should be getting. The county ordinance language in 24.42C is clear. Apply the maximum impact on the county educational system. Ignoring a year of data that was presented in the report appears to go afoul of the ordinance. If that third year wasn't relevant to include in the calculation, then logically it shouldn't have been included at all in the report. Since the data is there and is presumably relevant, I don't understand how the board can or should ignore it without violating the ordinance. I think that that's a clear concern that more than one person, that this person sent an email, which is why I chose to read it, his words. Now, I agree with Greg that 3 years seems to be more appropriate in my opinion. More importantly to me is that there is teeth, so if we do, then there needs to be some way for us to recover that money that's actually in the verbiage. That verbiage is what I would like to see and I would base my decision on. I know that housing, affordable housing, is of key importance in our community. There is a lack of it. We need as much of it as possible. This seems to be a good match of these hotels that are not feasible any longer as this type of property, but they might be as affordable housing. The problem is then we're making a policy decision which impacts the community of Osceola County by creating this build, right? So now we're creating a whole bunch of studio apartments. We're encouraging studio apartments, right? That's basically a policy decision, policy-based decision. The impact that we'll have on the community is we're gonna flood 192 with studio apartments, which has also other impacts on our community, right? It does impact traffic also, right? And it's something that we have to manage. And I know that this money coming in is supposed to deal with those things. Clearly, the amounts coming in Osceola County are not combating, are not doing enough to combat the traffic and issues that we have in terms of development. I'm also concerned with the precedents. Whatever we do tonight or whatever we arrange, this is going to be the standard from now on, right? And every hotel on 192 will become a set of studio apartments, right? It's a policy decision that we're making by encouraging this process. Which brings me to the last thing. I agree with the 50 year, by the way. Nonprofit. So while some nonprofits are legitimate, perhaps the one that is seeking this, we also know by name, I could name by name, in my opinion, who is going to take advantage of this over and over again. All you got to do is look at the financial reports by everyone sitting here, and all the names on those reports are going to be the ones that take advantage of this gigantic tax break. That is of grievous concern to me.
Okay, well, there's two issues here. One is on the issue at hand with the conversion of the hotels into studio apartments. What we're finding out is that the student generation rate is less than the multifamily rate in your code. And so it's not really fair, probably legal, to charge them $12,000 per unit based upon the backlots history. They're claiming history that's even far less than backlots. And so the map this was just handed out to you kind of gets in that little level of detail. So we did calculate these numbers based upon each year of the backlot data and all of that. And what we saw was a trending downward in backlots the last 3 years. And to be candid, our consultant and us felt going forward that trend could continue. So in order to make this ordinance as defensible as possible, we felt that the decision to average the last 2 years would make it more defensible than over the 3 years. Also, if you'll note, the condo rate here is at $4,607. That's on your existing condo rate. We don't want to get into the situation of either condo or multifamily or whatever. And so we felt we should just really do what we do here and do it appropriately, is to average that last 2 years. That was the decision being made. Now, as to impact fees don't pay the salaries of teachers. It's defined in a state statute what you has to pay this for. Now, I've done impact fees for a long time as a lawyer. Started off in law school, Florida, doing impact fees for Professor Juergensmeyer. He was the guy that did impact fees across the state. He was the man. And he made as much doing impact fees as he did teaching law. And I was one of his three assistants that helped him draft ordinances and research his books. So I'm well aware of the issues in trying to keep it in the statute and all that. We looked at the statutory changes. So our best recommendation to you, and to make it most we think make it the most defensible to you, is take the average of the last 2 years at $6,461. We don't. I understand the concerns raised by individual, but you don't pay salaries out of impact fees. It's limited what you can pay for. And so in order to be a proper impact fee, you should only pay for what they're generating. And if you charge them more than they're generating, that becomes an illegal tax. And we don't want that. So now we have some data the past 3 year in backlots that's defensible, that's mature, and that data can be used. And the result of that is it almost lowers the rate for studio apartments. Now, is someone going to go out and build a studio apartment project? I doubt that, because the rents are so much better building a 2 or 3 bedroom unit versus studio. Studio is going to be an existing building with existing firewalls, with existing structure that either gets knocked down entirely or has some value that creates something for an apartment. So I think the amount of studio apartments you'll see in conversions is somewhat finite. Now, if this gets out of control, then in 2 or 3 years you can come back and revisit it or whatever you want.
Tom, how do you deal with it?
Now, regarding the other issue with regard to the potential for deferral payments and also for exemptions for not-for-profit housing, what's a bona fide not-for-profit, separate second set of issues is going to be ferreted out by the county and myself and your staff. But I have received, that's really good for a lawyer, I have received some information from the Florida Housing Coalition on definition of not-for-profit that has been ferreted out across the state so that you do your best to prevent phony not-for-profits. And so what we're looking at is what percentages you'll have of the not-for-profit that own and operate. They just can't turn it over to an operating agreement where they make all the profit. So there's some things that will go out there in this world of not-for-profit. So we're mindful of that, and we have some. I didn't present it tonight because it's not ready yet. But if you give us the opportunity to do that, we'll ferret that out and address your concern, which I think is a really legitimate concern. And the Florida Housing Coalition has that concern as well.
Thank you. Thank you also for sitting with me earlier and reviewing some of the stuff. My question to you, and this is probably more for Rhonda, is regarding, I'm not going to use the right terms, I'm going to use the term recertification, but that's not what I mean. What I mean is, one of the issues that we have on the west side is that we have these short-term properties that maybe paid a different impact fee, and because they weren't generating children, X, Y, or Z, fine. But now they are, and we know they are because they're going to our schools.
Vacation.
What? I'm sorry?
I think you're talking about the vacation rentals.
Mm-hmm. I am, short-term vacation rentals, yes. So how often do we go back into these units or these housing units and I'm gonna use the word recertify, but that's not the right term, I know it's not, to ensure that what they're reporting or what we initially, got from them is still correct.
That wasn't the scope that what we received from you all back there.
I understand, but that is a concern for me.
It's something Rhonda and I have dealt with, so she can address it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, it's not, that's why I was like, maybe this is a Rhonda question. Thank you so much.
Good evening. So we were doing it quarterly, but I can tell you as of this year starting off, we're probably going to need to be doing it more frequently. I will be getting with Frank on Thursday with a rather large list. It's more.
Advise them what we've done in the past and notice.
So what we do when we find the violations, we follow through with the policies that we have in place, and we go back to the attorney that represented the company that did the application. We put them on notice. I believe it's 60 days they have to make it right, and then if not, then we can collect the fees. And to date, the response time is typically really well. What they find is the property management companies aren't holding to, but the owners are jumping on it very quickly and making the situations correct.
May I
Most of our
ask,
agreements-
I'm not done with the questions, thank you. May I ask how often we're going back and determining that folks who initially weren't paying? I guess the real question is, how many additional students on average are we generating from these short-term properties? And how often are you finding that? And I know it's not a violation per se, but how often do you find a discrepancy?
So to be honest, they would be considered a violation. Last year, we were checking quarterly. This year, we're going to check more frequently because we were seeing it occur more and more.
And it is our position in agreements, if you're done, that they owe all the fees if they don't fix it.
Correct. So we might fill them short-term, like if we were doing it quarterly and we cleared them all up and then somebody came in for 30 days, we capture them again, it might be like a 30-day they're generating, but then the owners are properly making sure that the families are moving out and then they go back to a zero status. So it's not a long-term situation that's occurring.
Wait, okay. Repeat that.
So the best example, so when we were doing it quarterly, so let's say I gave Frank a report in March and we notified all the attorneys and they clear all them up. So that you might have students coming from those communities, because there's an eviction notice process. They can't just walk up to the door and take them out. So they have to go through a proper notification. So you might have students coming out of there for 30, 45 days while the situation's being rectified, and then we'll see it go null for a while. And then when we do our quarterly report again, we might find one or two. So we had the big hit, and then we got it down to like 10 or 11. So it's a new year. We're seeing the big hit. We'll go get it cleaned up, and then it'll probably flatline again. So you always have that one or two.
Okay, so so based on what you're telling me, it sounds like some of these vacation home owners,
The vacation homes.
property managers are essentially evicting families so that they don't have to, did I get that right or no?
Well, they would have to terminate the lease because they're actually violating their covenants and restrictions and their plat requirements, which say no students under the age of 18 will be in a vacation rental community based on all of the criteria set in the impact fee ordinance. So they would be terminating a lease. I guess I shouldn't say eviction, but they would have to terminate the lease because they're in violation of it.
Okay, I understand. I think that one thing to consider as we continue to entertain this conversation is that I have this sneaking suspicion that these families aren't going to an apartment complex because they couldn't afford one to begin with. They're just moving to another unit. So not only are we destabilizing those children, but we're not necessarily getting the impact fees that we should be getting. That's something that needs to be addressed. I don't know how, but that is a concern of mine.
Well, I can tell you the intent is when we redo the impact fee study, we take all the data, we reevaluate it, and if it's a process that didn't work because we tried it, we could make the recommendation to the board that we tried these experiences with these different type of either reduced rate or total exemptions, and if we find that they're not adhering to it, we could make the recommendation not to renew those in the next study. So there would be options.
Yeah, the only time we worked with the people was during COVID. We had some families who couldn't get back.
They
home.
couldn't get
They were
home.
Stuck here in Osceola. And we worked with them during that. But we stay on top of it. We're finding that the owners of these properties, they jump on it because they
They do.
realize they're about to write a big check. What we also see is more in the 55 and older at times. A grandmother takes in some kids and you get that. And, you know, so it's, I hate to say it, it's a cat and mouse game. We're not seeing the owners deliberately trying to violate it, we're seeing tenants that do it. And so everybody knows, they're put on notice in all the documents, we require that they can't be kids, at least, but it still happens.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Melendez?
Thank you. To address those two issues before I get to my notes, the short-term vacation rentals, I don't think compared to this, because most short-term vacation rentals are studio 350 square foot less. So those are great points, but I think separate from the topic at hand. And according to what the gentleman had mentioned, that wrote the email, was, the 2 years. Well, backlots is only one subdivision, so it's not even representative of what the entire population can be. And not only that, but we have to have a starting point, because the reality is, if we adopt this ordinance, you're gonna start accumulating real data from other units that are similar, and so it's gonna average out eventually. The impact fee may go up higher, because we're just predicting what we are now. We have to have a starting point that we're not getting sued, that we can get to some kind of agreement. And then the next cycle, I don't know how, I think the governor changed it now, it's like 4 years you can redo your study. So the next 4 years, now we have 4 years of data, but not with just one unit called the backlots. Now you have, 4 years of like maybe 3 or 4 different units that are similar in structure. So now we get like a better average, and that number constantly adjusts. So it's not like we're attached to this number forever, So that's something that's important to note. The other thing that I want to make a clear distinction before we talk to the county, and I think I heard it here, but I just want to make sure it's really clear, that there's a distinction between a category for an impact fee for a unit that meets that definition of less than 320 and workforce or affordable housing. To me, those are two different criterias, because
That will be maintained. That will be maintained.
they happen to be a nonprofit organization, great, but I'm not creating this policy for Teal. I just want to make that really clear, because it kind of said it that way. I'm creating a good policy, period. Because one of my arguments was that a one-bedroom, no, not even a bedroom, a one-studio apartment is not generating students at the same level as something else. So I think that's just an equity issue, and somebody could have sued us just on that alone. So to me, I'm not creating a policy for Teal, and I want to make that record real clear. If that's somebody else's decision, it's not mine as the school board member, Julius Melendez. My opinion is creating an impact fee, which we talked to the Osceola County Association of Realtors, which they agreed with, and they showed support. And I'm not even talking about workforce housing. I'm talking about the fact that a studio bedroom apartment as defined, if we can talk to the county on that, on creating a separate categorical, because I also did my homework, because I asked for it last time this came up. Other counties have similar policies too. We wouldn't be innovative in the first one to do it. Orange County has their impact fees by the number of square foot. I looked at other neighboring counties in the state of Florida, and they each have, not everyone has it completely, but there are a good amount that have a differential for a category, because they understood that multifamily, 3-bedroom, 2-bath, isn't generating the same students as an apartment complex.
We are looking at other data on affordable housing. We're also looking at other data, like you said, based upon square footage of the multifamily unit, and that would be considered in the next update of your ordinance in a couple years. So we're gathering that data you talked about, what other people are doing. And Tischler Bice was part of this analysis that we did, and they gave us a letter saying that 1.88 is defensible.
Yeah.
And that they also recommended that we do that square footage, examine square footage delineations on multifamily.
Correct. So that criteria should not have anything about nonprofit, this, that. That
Correct.
should be a separate conversation. So just to make sure, that
Okay,
conversation alone is separate. It's a categorical by itself, that's less than 320 square feet, there's no bedrooms, there's no kitchens, there's no perpetuity, anybody can own it. And then even if the argument that everyone will convert it, well, that's great, because we got a bunch of hotels that aren't doing anything, that aren't even paying the utility bills. KUA is like dying to get collected on their money. So if every hotel got converted into something decent that people can look at where they live and they workforce housing, that's great. So that's actually, I don't see that as a negative, because as you said, once you get saturated, you get converted the slum that's not doing anything into actually a functioning, vibrant community. That's actually not a bad thing to Osceola County. Because the other reality is, because me being a realtor, you're right. If I'm developing a brand new property, I'm not going to spend $100 million building nothing but studio apartments. I may do a mix. Because now that my studio apartment, even if I'm a for-profit entity, I'm not talking about as a nonprofit, I'm talking about if I'm a for-profit entity, I'm a real estate investor, now I know that I need to have a mix. Maybe that corner unit is a one-bedroom unit because I can save money on my impact fees. So instead of me building nothing but 3 twos everywhere, I might do 3 twos, 2 twos, and a couple of ones. So it's not like I'm gonna build an entire complex of nothing but ones. That's a hotel. That's not an apartment that's attractive.
Yeah, we're gonna come back with you on that. We'll come back with you once we go with the county on that, and that will be something that will be considered here as well as part of this.
Now for the nonprofit status, it could be combined, well, it's not combined together, because, to be honest with you, it could. Because if you're a nonprofit that also meets that 320 square foot, you're gonna get a lower rate, and then you can get additional benefits for being a nonprofit.
I treat it like a layer.
Correct.
A layer on top of it, nonprofit is a layer.
But I'm not for an exemption, because we are a school district of Osceola County tasked with financing students to go to school. So I'm not for an exemption. If that's something the county wants to do, because that's their job. Their job is to make citizens have a house and everything like that, or should be part of their mission. That's not the mission statement of the school district. I have to educate kids. So I'm not for an exemption for nonprofit status. What I am for is a deferral of the fee. And I'm glad that we spoke about when it starts, like the CO, because we talked about it before, that the CO could take 2 or 3 years to get. So if we just do a 3-year deferral, you're not really getting a deferral. So we're saying, okay, the 3 or 4 year clock can start after you get CO. So once you get CO, you have to pay 40% down, and we'll give you up to 4 years. So we're still getting 100% of the payment. So it's not like we're giving them a discount. We're just deferring the payment of when we collect the impact fee. So we're still fully collecting the money that we need to make the development move forward.
And all these issues, like we say here, we're asking for your approval to come back, and it'll all come back. They've already gone to the next item, but we have to come back to you, this board, before we finalize anything with the county.
I agree.
And you have to approve that.
And the other condition that I would add to a nonprofit status to get that benefit is it has to be 100% non-transferable. So you can't even transfer from one nonprofit to another nonprofit, because that other nonprofit may not have the financial conditions, they didn't do the application. The minute they transfer it over to another entity, they sell it to the brother, the sister, or shell company, it doesn't matter. It's 100% accelerated. The full amount of the impact fee is due upon transfer of an asset.
Well, Frank's been pushing that too as well. And so what we'll do is, before we get too far in not-for-profit, if we do that, is we'll get language to Frank and to the individual board members. So before you get to the day of the hearing, you see what's going on weeks in advance, and you can kind of kick it around a little bit.
Yeah. Other than that, I think those are the main.
Okay, we got your direction here.
Thank you.
No, just by consensus, are you all okay if we start the dialogue with the county, knowing that you're gonna have to buy into whatever you come back and recommend? There's not gonna be any agreement unless this board is okay with it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The second item on agenda is, do you need a vote, Mr. Kruppenbacher, on that?
They gave us consensus on that one.
Okay.
You're now on the appeal of the Teal and Hope Partnership.
Yeah, this is the Teal Maiden Gate and the Hope Partnership Joint Appeal.
Tell me, Teal is here, correct?
Yes.
If it's all right with Teal, we're gonna have him go first with what he's recommending as a solution, and you can all.
Okay, well, okay. You're in charge, Frank.
Don't go.
Oh, I go first. Okay, I was hoping to get a rest. So this is kind of a repeat of what we talked about just a minute ago, is that the current impact fee student generation rate for multifamily is 0.354, which is about a $12,615 to $54 deal. The next slide we have here is with this kind of our assessment of the data was not on sufficiently sized local data. Data sources were from new projects, either were not complete or not fully stabilized at the time of the leases, without multi-year data, relied upon out-of-state data, and there was a couple errors on the existing impact fee rate. So we looked at backlots, and we talked about this already. So what we come up with is to get us to the backlot issues. So the staff is recommending an alternative impact fee of $6,461 per studio conversion of a former hotel for either the Teal project or the Hope project. This alternative fee is based on the best data countywide. A local study has been verified by our district consultant and applies the maximum presumption under section 24-441C of the maximum impact on the county educational system. So we made sure we were consistent with the statute there, and selecting the 1.88 conversion rate, student generation rate, gets us over for a studio, and we're looking at that as a studio, and being and at this time being just being a hotel converting all the studios, and that's what our recommendation is here. Excuse me, I just went too far forward. So our board action here is to approve that if any, our board action here is this. Approval of the alternative impact fee based upon that of 0.8188 student generation rate for hotel conversion to studio apartments only, and $6,461, and have that set as the number until the update in 2025, the general impact fee. Payment of the fee shall be a building permit unless the project qualifies for affordable housing, then payment of certificate of occupancy. If affordable housing, a deferral or exemption proposal may apply if provisions are adopted by the board, BCC, on any new amendments to the chapters. If so, the board later on gives them, after our vote today, if they have that deferral, then they'd be able to entitle to that. The final thing we had here was that there is some outstanding litigation with Teal on the project that was 3 years ago. And the appellate court didn't grant the writ of certiorari, so it's still lingering out there theoretically, but it's within the 4-year statute of limitations. And so we think that since they paid under protest on the previous conversion from hotel to studio, and if the studio conversion satisfies the requirements of the new the definition for part of the alternative fee, that they would be entitled to a credit against future impact fees. And deal with that, because that's equitable, but it's also an issue that's within the 4-year statute of limitations, and they paid under a protest. So that's the final item here. If the board approves this alternative fee, then if any person or entity who in the last 4 years paid under protest, the multifamily impact fee for hotel conversion to a studio use as defined in the adopted alternative impact fee calculation herein, such application would be entitled to a credit against future impact fees or reimbursement of a portion paid calculated based on difference of the amount actually paid under the multifamily rate and the amount of the new studio fee based upon the alternative amount. And that way, we try to just solve all problems today we can on this issue. That's the idea.
Motion to approve as submitted.
I just want the record to reflect, the board has the independent authority to do this. We don't need the county's approval.
Correct. Under section 2441, alternative fee, you can do this.
2, this would be approving it with the guidelines of, you know, they have X, you want the size, everything.
We talk about 360 square feet, no bedroom, 2 occupancy maximum, and not in a definition of not being, no sharing of kitchens and living area.
I need, do they need to speak? I mean, I'm ready to do the motion, but for the proper procedure, I apologize, I jumped the gun on making the motion. If you guys want anything to say.
We'd love to.
Well, I'm not the chairman, no, I'm sorry.
Hi, everyone. Reverend Mary Downey. I am the founder and CEO of Hope Partnership. I would like to begin by offering my gratitude to each of you. We've had these conversations for many years, and I have gratitude just that we get to have this conversation. Anytime when affordable housing is being talked about and put as a priority, it means so much to the individuals I know who tonight will sleep in their cars and will sleep in other places unfit for habitation. And so just, even though it's been a long night getting to this space, I want to offer all of my gratitude that we are here and having this conversation. I'm grateful for this recommendation. We said from our onset in these conversations that we were looking for equity and a fair recommendation. And although there are some questions that we have about the methodology, and in the future, as we continue to have these conversations, I would love to be in the room as a bona fide nonprofit in Central Florida, developing housing, to talk about what it looks like for an Osceola-based organization, to kind of offset some of those other folks that maybe you were referring to, Mr. Arguello. I would love to be in those rooms because I think the only part of this that we're kind of disappointed in is we didn't get to talk to any of you. Didn't get to kind of share our methodology and explain how we came up with our numbers in a way besides outside of this hearing space. And so in the future, would love to be able to do that. I will say that I love the idea of saturating the market and letting there be lots of studio apartments so that when you are able to do a full study, you'll get fair numbers that represent all of the units. I love that idea. I think it's great. I also think that some of the numbers we presented were still fair. And so with that said, we're grateful. We want to go forward in this. I love that there's opportunities for more conversation. And just a reminder to each of you that our goal is to make sure everybody in Osceola County has a safe place to call home. And I hope that's yours as well. Do you have any questions for me?
Mary, we will be meeting with you. There was a conscious decision on my part that so many people, developers, wanted to meet, and it was like, we can't hear all this noise. We've got to get something done to get going, and this was the beginning of it. So, to me, you're always evolving, and we're evolving, so know that. We'll be talking with you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, a motion to approve with the striking of the language of the exemption of potential future impact fee. Because the only thing that I'm willing to entertain is a deferral of potential impact fee and not an exemption.
This agenda item doesn't have deferral or exemption as part of it. This agenda item is just solely about approving the alternative fee for studio conversion.
Okay,
with
I'm
the
sorry, because I
definition.
saw your PowerPoint.
Yeah. So there's two separate PowerPoints and there's two separate issues. So exemption deferral does not apply to this. It may apply to it if we do change the ordinance in 2 years or during this process.
Gotcha. Okay, never mind. So just make it a clean motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Second. Thank you. Motion by Mr. Melendez, second by Mr. Arguello. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
We need to clear Tom and Teal. Tom, Callan.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
For the record, I need Teal to represent that resolves the appeal issue.
Mr. Teal.
What's that?
That resolves the appeal issue.
I.
We need you to
consult with
agree
my
with that.
counsel for that.
Pardon me?
I need to consult with my counsel for that.
All right, so we're gonna table the appeal.
What, so that was voted on unanimously, correct?
The motion was made to go with that.
Yeah.
Now you have an appeal, all right? Now the appeal recommendation as of right now is a denial. Do you want the board to go forward tonight on that, or do you want to table it to confer with your counsel in light of what the board decided to do long range?
Yeah, sorry, so I'm a little bit confused in the process, and to be fair, there was no conversation with us going into tonight as well, even though we were requested to talk to counsel and staff ahead of this meeting, so what was just approved, if you could?
The alternative fee of $6,451 for your project.
Correct.
For studio conversion.
Right.
If they're less than 360
Right.
square feet,
Right.
2 occupants or less.
Right.
No bedroom.
Right.
Okay, no shared kitchen and no shared living area.
Sure, so then what's the question for me?
Well, that resolves the appeal.
Let's follow back up with you tomorrow then on that.
That's fine.
And I don't think we would need to come back to the board for that, we just need to have a conversation. Yeah, is that fair?
Great.
On 20.02, it's listed as an action item requiring a vote, but I thought I had heard Frank say it didn't, so I just need clarification because right now it's noted as it being action.
Just in case, I'll motion to approve 2002, just for technical.
Second. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Madam Chair, I've wanted to do this for many years. You're dismissed.
Your staff did a really good job on this board. Rhonda and Sarah and Giselle did a really good job. Dave and Frank came in and just helicoptered around a little bit and walked out, but they did a good job.
Thank you to everyone who worked on this project. We are now on to new business, 21.01, school board members as hearing officers. That's me.
Um,
Oh, I'm sorry.
what
Comments?
do you have? Oh, you
Comments?
pulled 20?
No, I have a report. You'll all be getting guidelines from Mr. Shanafy and I. Tom, I wanted to thank you in front of the board for agreeing to contribute to the scholarship fund that they'll apply this year to the kids at graduation.
Thank you.
You'll be getting that.
He just got a minute on it.
I'm gonna keep that
Does
very
he know
alive.
that?
He's a good
Does he know that?
What, does he?
Yeah, doesn't
He
seem like
always
he knew.
knows that.
Okay, great. All set?
Yes. No, you're
That's
good.
me. I'm so sorry. Okay, under my seat for new business, I have board members as hearing officers. Team, I think y'all know that I have always been opposed to school board members serving as hearing officers. And I became a hearing officer, and now my resolve is even greater to not have school board members serve as hearing officers. And so the reasons for that is I believe that it is definitely a conflict of interest for us to be serving as hearing officers and also making decisions as to the recommendation. In addition to that, I think we've all been or had some conversations or talked to with regards to some of the issues that have come up in some of the cases lately, and I think that that is all avoidable if we designate someone else to be a hearing officer on our behalf. I'm not here to have a fight about your ideas. If you don't believe that if you don't agree with my idea, then don't agree with it. I just want to make sure that I bring this up because I've served as a hearing officer, and I think that it is a conflict of interest and is going to put our district in jeopardy, as it already has.
Thank you, Ms. Castillo. Mr. Melendez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's actually our statutory duty to do it. State Statute 1006.07, District School Board duties relating to student discipline and school safety, control of students. We shall conduct expulsions of students and decide all cases recommended for expulsion. So it's actually our job because, and if you don't want to do your job, that's a different story. But the reality is that is part of what it's doing. The process of an expulsion, for those who may not know, so I don't mean to talk down to you disrespectfully, so I apologize.
You did, so.
Well, I'm telling you right
Yeah,
now,
thank you.
yeah, because this is very, very important, because when you make a statement that isn't true, we have to be able to correct the record, because it is a statutory authority. Now, we have the ability to designate it out, but it's our job to decide the cases. It's not a conflict of interest. It is actually our job to do that. And then the other thing too is, parents also have an expectation to appeal to the school board, because the current process is they go to a principal and they make the recommendation. Then it goes to district staff, and then district staff tells them, do you want to have this, because you don't have to appeal. They can say, you know what, I'm just gonna accept the district recommendation and I'm gonna go to New Beginnings, or I'm gonna go whatever. These are the parents hitting a button saying, you know what, I don't believe that what staff is doing is correct. That is the superintendent's recommendation. We are that appeals process. And we sit there and we look at the evidence and say, okay, the superintendent and staff say this, the facts say that. We even have a process where we even look at things that are outside of the school district. We say what's before, what's their prior disciplinary, what's their issues with the state attorney's office. So that is critical, because even if you look at the Code of Student Conduct, it says only the school board shall authorize expulsions from school. The parents or guardians shall be informed of their right to request a hearing before the school board regarding the recommendation for expulsion. So these are parents that are saying, you know what, the school isn't satisfying my condition, I want to be able to correct it. And it also says the decision of the school board shall be based solely upon evidence presented at the hearing, and a copy of the findings of fact and the decision of the school board shall be furnished to the student in writing. So that's one of the benefits of actually going to a hearing. You get to hear it for yourself. You don't just get to read it in a record and say this is what happened. You get to be with the parent. That's the whole idea of getting parental involvement. The parent gets to say, this is what I thought that happened. A lot of good things have come out of expulsions. I've always done expulsions. And actually, two good things have come out of, well, a bunch of them, but two things immediately off the top of my head was I noticed that staff was doing drug testing, and that's not appropriate. They're not licensed to do drug testing kits, and you have to get it done that. So I changed school board policy to be like only the SRO who's actually licensed to do drug testing kits to do that. Another issue that I did was some parents that I found out weren't being shown video. The reality is, if we're gonna expel somebody and say, hey, a student got caught on video doing something, and the parents were never shown the video, but if I'm not at the expulsion process, I didn't know that was happening. And then, so I made a recommendation that every time I'm before a hearing, that if the word video comes out of somebody's lips, we need to see the video. Because it's not gonna be a hearsay hearing, we're gonna actually review the evidence and make sure that our schools are safe and things are happening. Because I had video work in reverse. I had videos where the parents were like, oh, my child is insane, this never happened. All of a sudden the video happened and you see it, like, whoa, and they got corrected and the hearing stopped right then and there. So they were able to see that. To me, it's even a due process issue. And we even have a booklet beyond the code of student conduct that says the expulsion process, and it says your rights. You have a right to a hearing before the school board hearing. And the reality is, if we just get on a consent agenda, we look at it, nobody's even opening up that consent agenda, and you can't ask questions, you can't do that. Matter of fact, I'm so old, the entire school board used to sit on the expulsion hearing. The entire school board sat on it, and we needed 3 or 4 quorum. Jay Wheeler never wanted to ever show up, so it was always 4, so we always had one person take a break. And if they wanted to go in there, and the entire school board went to there. But now it's like, we only have 1, which is something. Now, if you don't want to do it, then that's okay. Now, respect that decision. But don't enforce that on me, because that's actually one of the best parts of my job that I enjoy doing. Because it's great going to graduation ceremonies and shaking hands, but it's tough to be there in the weeds with the staff and supporting them when things are happening. And it's not always just supporting staff. Sometimes staff messes up. I mean, it's just a reality. And sometimes I have to defend a parent, or I have to defend that process. So again, that's a statutory thing that we do. It's a job that I take very seriously, and it's actually disappointing when I found out when I got reelected that nobody was doing it. Only Kelvin Soto was doing it. But when I was first elected, the entire school board did it. And for some reason, people didn't want to do their job. But one thing I would like to do, again, one thing that came out from doing expulsion hearings that I wouldn't have figured out otherwise, is Orange County even has a process called early reentry procedures, which was something that I was talking about. We need to make sure, if you talk about auditing, that's something we need to audit, is what happens when...
We're off the issue that's on the table.
Okay, it's off the issue there. Okay, you're the parliamentarian, I acknowledge that. The point is that, this is a job that's statutorily defined. It's a job that I take seriously, I take pride in, and if you don't want to participate, that's okay. And, but the reality is, this is actually one of the best parts of the job that I enjoy doing. And I like going to the expulsion hearings. I like finding out the weeds of what's happening and controlling students and making sure that we have safe schools for everyone.
Madam, can I table this to the next meeting? This is a very complicated topic.
I got comments.
Mr. Arguello?
Yeah, this is one of your statutory duties or responsibilities. You're allowed to delegate this duty, but for you to say that we're gonna no longer do it because you got in trouble because you didn't know what you were doing.
Actually, I'm not the one who got in trouble.
Oh,
If
well,
you want to
somebody-
have that conversation.
Somebody, whatever.
Yeah, let's have the conversation about who got in trouble.
It's not me.
Actually, okay.
So, yeah, it's not me. So the point being is, I've been doing it for a year. It's part of your duties, and you want to come and not do it when you did it one time. This is your responsibility. In case nobody's noticed, this is not a beauty contest, right? This is not a pageant. You're not pretending to do something and performing for people. You were elected to do a job. There's state statute that tells you what you're supposed to be doing. I would recommend that you guys read it, become familiar with it, so that you can start doing it for once.
They are doing it. Let me
Can you
defer the
please
board.
clear that up, because it's one thing for the
I'm
gentleman.
gonna say one thing and then I'm
Wait,
gonna ask
can
the
I put
lady.
can I speak, Madam Chair?
You asked me to clear it up.
I know, but clearly, I want you to clear up very specific things. Oh, before the gentleman walks out of the room and doesn't want to hear the clarification. I need you to be very clear as to what we are supposed to do as board members. It gets very old to do my job every single week with fidelity and to be told by a board member that I am not doing my job and not having anyone defend to the contrary. So please tell us what our job is, and if you can enlighten us as to what kind of risks we're taking as board members to be doing this kind of thing and what has happened in the past. The reason why I'm bringing it up is not because I don't want to do my job, it's because I'm trying to protect the district. Those are two very different conversations. So I would respectfully ask you to stop telling me that I'm not doing my job. I'm trying to protect the district.
Then a part of it then is to maybe do some
I
trainings.
would like Frank
before
to,
that.
Let's understand the process. A recommendation comes from the superintendent up through his staff for the expulsion of a student. All right? There is a hearing officer appointed by the board to hear that. The board's only legal obligation is to hear the appeal of that. There's no legal obligation that you guys are the individual hearing officers. In fact, when you are the individual hearing officers, you are not there on behalf of the full board because you can't talk. You got a conflict once it gets to this board.
Which it does every single
All right?
week.
And I'm gonna stop there. There's a lot more behind this. I'd like to have time at the next meeting to properly take through. It's a policy issue for you to decide. You just need to understand the whole process.
Do we need to make a motion to table this?
This is just a suggestion for a conversation that I wanted to have. It's under new business, so the motion would be to bring it to the next meeting as an action item. Is that the proper way to do it?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion to bring this to the next meeting. Do I have a second? I will second it. To have further discussion?
Oh, if only everyone had done their job, maybe you'd have enough votes.
I would put it under my seat as the attorney.
It's-
At least.
It
We have
died,
a
it
vote.
died.
No, we have
No,
a
it
vote.
died.
It died. You can't
Stop.
overrule the
Oh my
board.
gosh.
Stop my
It's
thing,
fine.
Julius.
It's
Did you
fine.
listen to what
Just
I
do it.
said? You
It's
know,
fine.
that's what gets me mad. What I said was, I'll put it under my seat to brief you. You can't vote on it when I'm briefing you on it.
21.02.
She made a motion, the motion died, just to be clear.
21.02, evaluation of board attorney.
Please pass one out there. And speaking of that, we actually had, the attorney violate one of our school board rules and encourage another board member, Ms. Calhoun, to move forward with a motion on an item and take action on an item that was not on the agenda. So just to recap it here, I have an email from the former chairwoman Castillo saying attached is the procedure that we will follow in all regular school board meetings starting tomorrow. So that way there is no unclear guidance on what that expectation was. And that expectation in her email was the second page there, where it said, all board members, item 3, desiring to discuss new business shall notify the superintendent to add it to the agenda prior to the deadline for issuing the agenda and provide a written description regarding the new business. No new business will be discussed at the meeting unless it is on the agenda. So that was just an email. So then it got codified in school board rules. So it went up the process of, this is an email, this was an expectation, but sometimes, like Robert's Rules of Order, we choose what we want to do. But then we codified it in School Board Rules 2.2, where it says, it references all over the place. Let me see if I didn't highlight it, I apologize. But, like item 4, an item to be placed on the agenda of a regular school board meeting shall be submitted in writing to the superintendent's office no later than 4 o'clock, 8 calendar days prior to the meeting at which consideration is desired, right? And then, like if that wasn't enough, on the next page, it says, H and I, at least 8 calendar days prior, then I says no new business shall be discussed unless an item placed on the school board agenda. And then I wanted to have this discussion at the last board meeting, and I contacted the superintendent, but it was a Tuesday, and it was 7 business days. It wasn't 8. And so he said, Mr. Melendez, according to school board rules, which I agreed, I wasn't in the due time, then it moved over to today. So that rule is supposed to be enforced, and so when the attorney is selectively choosing what to do, that's where I have an issue. So it's almost like I had PTSD at this moment where the attorney can't take over the board. We have rules and policies and procedures for a reason. And as a matter of fact, that wasn't even a vote on that issue. And my letter went to the governor like immediately the next day, which I was under the impression that we were even gonna review it before it went out. But I never got an email for the letter that was sent with Terry to go to the governor for her issue that she had addressed. So did the letter for Terry go to the governor?
Can I ask how this is speaking to your point 21.02 evaluation of board attorney?
Yes, evaluation of his services that he's rendering to us.
You're trying to do an evaluation right here on the dais?
Yes, of what he's done prior. So was, the evaluation is, did he submit the letter to Terry that would, which I don't think was a legal motion in the beginning because we never voted on it, was a letter to the governor sent on behalf of Terry Castillo, which Mr. Arguello had made the recommendation, in which we apparently had some board consensus for that.
Madam Chairman.
I mean, is that a yes or no? Did the letter for Terry to the governor go, yes or
I
no?
was starting to talk, and you interrupted me. Members of the board, I'm not going to participate in this. I asked Mr. Arguello to give me first the language that he wanted in any letter. right, number one, because he specifically, and I'm awaiting that language to put in a letter that he wanted to go. Number two, I specifically will put on the record, Julius, I think, I received a call 2 weeks ago from somebody where you called upset that I was listed as a prosecution witness in your case, and then brought up, I want to evaluate him. And I think this is nothing more than your attempt to intimidate and retaliate against me for being listed by the prosecution as a witness in your criminal
Did you not
case.
break School Board Rule 2.22?
I'm not gonna participate in this discussion.
Okay, of course not, because you're not gonna admit it, because you did. You don't have to, I really shouldn't have to ask that.
Do you have a motion with evaluation of board attorney? I would like, you're asking a question, you're asking a specific question, I don't think that's
Well,
stated as
depending
what your new
depending on
business
depending on
item
the
is
answer
listed
is,
here.
do we need to, I guess the question is, do we need to censure the school board attorney for breaking school board rules? And actually making sure that when we hire a new school board attorney, that they don't continue violating our own school board rules.
Let me just say, members of the board, if you.
So
I
I
don't care
motion
what you
to
vote,
censor
but
our
I'm
school board
just putting
attorney
it
for
on the
violating school
record.
board rule
This is
2.2.
nothing more than an attempt to intimidate me as a witness that the prosecution is listed. And it was specifically brought up in that context when he learned that I was listed as a witness.
We have a motion on the floor, do we have a second?
Discussion.
John?
This, and all of that, this is a specific and direct consequence of people abusing their power at the district and treating it like a personal kingdom and fiefdom. Our former superintendent treated this like her own personal property and kingdom. She created a culture that allowed you to behave like a teenager. She allowed everyone here to abuse their authority, and she allowed everyone to neglect their responsibility. I am speaking to the motion. Okay, that's exactly, this is evaluation, that if I understand correctly, he didn't really make a point or a motion. I'm speaking to the motion right now of censuring him. I'm talking to that exactly. So how can you blame the attorney for participating in what this district created over the last multiple years? The problem is you can't get upset because one person does what everyone else is doing. We literally have had people attacking everyone, weaponizing the district, and acting like children against one another for a long time. Before I got here, or the day that I got here, we've even had an instance where the superintendent looked into my eyeballs and threatened me if I didn't stop speaking out against what the district was doing. This is just a continuation of that. And it's exactly what you have one school board, I mean, this is a mockery of the American system of government is what this is. Did Frank do something wrong? I don't know. I couldn't even understand what accusation you were making exactly. But the fact is,
Placing something on the agenda without it being on the agenda.
We have a
the
motion on
problem
the
is,
floor. Do we have a second?
I am not gonna second that motion.
It dies, this meeting is adjourned, thank you.